Morning. I'd like to call the December 8th, 2020 regular Board of County Commissioners meeting to order. The first item on the agenda will be a moment of silence for our military and members of our first response. And then we'll follow that with an invocation by Pastor Randy Fullerton from Glendale Baptist Church. And then I'll lead us in the pledge. Please rise.
Dear Heavenly Father, as we come to you today, we thank you for the opportunity to take that moment of silence to remember those who have served so well and so valiantly for us. And Lord, as we come here today, we ask, first of all, that you would just bless us with your presence. We ask for wisdom to be bestowed upon the commissioners today, that as they hear these cases, as they look at these articles and actions, that you will guide them in the way that would be best for our community and our county. Father, we know that in the time we're living right now, there just seems to be so much angst and uncertainty, and we know that amidst all the things going on, that you are still there. We pray that the people here today can find some peace in knowing at this time of the year we are to remember that gift that you gave. And I would just ask today that you would just watch over and protect the commissioners and the people here in the crowd and the congregation, that you'd let them know and understand that you're there every day to help them. Bless them, guide them, watch over them, Father, for we'd ask this in the name of your Son, Christ. Amen.
Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the greatest nation on earth, the United States of America, land of the free because of the brave. God bless America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. Commissioners, are there any additions, deletions to the agenda or emergency items?
I just had some questions on the consent agenda on items 8A and 8B.
Well, when we get to consent agenda, we will be calling that question. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
I'll move approval of the agenda as presented.
Second.
That's a motion by Commissioner Adams, seconded by Vice Chairman O'Brien. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. There are no minutes for approval. There are no proclamations or presentations. We do have informational items. There are a couple there. There are the commissioner assignments for the committees for public view as well. And in addition, we will have an opening on the Value Adjustment Board, which is had been posted, and we hope that if anybody wants to volunteer to assist us in the value adjustment or the appeals, it meets a few times a year, and it is a rewarding experience. So if anybody wants to, all they have to do is fill out an application at the Board of County Commissioners, or you can get one online. Thank you. Move on to the consent agenda. Does anybody have anything they would like to pull for further discussion? Commissioner Morse?
8A and 8B, please.
8A and 8B, Bravo. Any other? Is there anybody from the audience that wishes to pull anything from the agenda for further discussion or clarification? Seeing none, Commissioners?
Move to approve consent agenda as amended.
That's a motion by Vice Chairman O'Brien, seconded by Commissioner Adams. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Commissioner Morse, item 8A alpha.
Yes, I have a question on let's see, it's a check on 11/19/2020 to Florida Rural Legal Services, Inc. Is that in relation to affordable housing?
I don't know the specifics of that check, but most likely what we do is with some of our court fees that the county receives, we do provide those. Some of those dollars are set aside for legal aid services, and we have a contract with Florida Rural Legal Services where either monthly or quarterly, we provide those, a portion of those court fines and fees to Florida Rural Legal Services to provide those legal aid services to our residents. I assume that's what it is. I can research that, I can have staff research that specific check and get you a definitive answer on that, but that is most likely what that payment is for.
Okay, thank you. To your knowledge, the check on, this was also 11/19, Marsteller and Moeller, Inc., and that was for $8,675. It's at the top of page 9. Do you know what legal matter that was in regard to?
Again, I don't know that specific check right offhand. I can get you the amount. I know that Marsteller and Moeller provides engineering services for several county departments, whether it's public works or utilities or general services. But I can pull that up and get you the answer on what specific project that is for. But usually it's engineering services for a county, construction project like engineering or public works, or some of our like conservation lands and parks projects too.
All right. This was also on 11/19. It's OHL USA. It's a large amount, $342,040.67. And I noticed that there's also another amount to them. I think it's part of 8B. But since it's a rather large amount, I was curious as to what it might be.
I think Rich has help on that one.
Rich Berger, Public Works Director. OHL is a paving contractor. They do our resurfacing in the county. We have, they do over $1 million of work with the county. We've just did 2 major resurfacing projects. Old Dixie was one of them. And we also did some work on, I think it's 16th Street. So that's what those payments are for, resurfacing.
Okay.
Rich, they did a really nice job on Old Dixie there, too, by the way.
Yes.
Very nice. They just need to keep going now.
We're working on it.
Okay. Then on 8B, these are just large amounts. That's why I was wondering about them. And does this represent part of the CARES funding? This check, it's the next to last one. I think we've moved to 8B now. It's dated 11/19/2020. The transaction number is 8137. It's to United Way, and it is for $243,750. Is that CARES?
I believe that's CARES Act. We don't normally fund United Way, and we've provided about $1.7 million to the United Way for many of the CARES support services. Some of the biggest things they've done is a rental and mortgage assistance program, some food assistance, utility assistance, mental health. They've got a bunch of various programs, but that is the reimbursement for United Way CARES Act dollars.
Okay. And this is the last large amount. It just appears right above that. It's transaction 8136, and it is to Atlantic Coastal Land Title Company, LLC, and it's for $289,278.21. And again, I'm asking only because it's such a large amount.
Which, is that on 8B?
It's on page 15.
It's probably a real estate purchase, I would assume, but we can get you that. Usually they would be like the closing agent or something for a real estate purchase, but we'll get you the info on that.
Well, that's a closing cost?
No, maybe the transaction.
The transaction
What
itself.
it likely
So
is for
the
a,
purchase of real estate?
yeah, likely right-of-way. But
Sorry,
I think likely a right-of-way for like a road
purchase of
project or
right-of-way.
something like that.
Most likely.
But I'll confirm that.
Okay. All right, I have no further questions. Thank you for the opportunity.
I have a comment. Jason, can you go over the policy as to what the commission approves for expenditures and what is within your discretion? Because all these things that are on this checks and electronic payments, the majority of those have been approved by us already.
Right, so there is a process, that we already have. All of these things are approved by the commissioners in the budget, and then each of these vendors, they go through our purchasing policies and procedures and the approval. And this is actually an item from the clerk of the court, and he just texted me that he's running a little behind, so I'm trying to cover. But that per Florida statute, the clerks submit these checks. They submit warrants and checks to the commission for final approval. It's kind of a legal technicality for counties that this is done. Actually, the checks, typically the checks have already gone out the door. These are checks that have been cut, and it's kind of a formality that they're presented to the board for approval.
Well, I can ask the questions privately, not publicly if you prefer, but, there was a problem with the tire purchase, and $300,000 went by or some such amount, and nobody noticed. So, these things have happened in the past.
Oh, I'm happy to answer any questions that you've got. I can do them beforehand if you give
My
give them
comment was
to us,
not
or-
related to that. My comment was so you would understand that we do have a procedure, and anything over a certain amount, it comes to the commission either on consent or under work orders or other discussion items for us to approve. And then the checks and electronic payments is a report that then you can compare to what we have approved. And this is something that happens on a weekly and monthly basis for the clerk as a check and balance. So these are not new things that have not been approved. So that was just the point of it's a procedural thing, and for the new commissioners, it's probably helpful to understand that. But you're always welcome to ask any questions, and staff is always available to answer those. And nobody's trying to hide anything in these reports.
Right, and to Commissioner Adams' point, the things like the resurfacing, those things, the contracts are approved by the board, the bids are approved by the board, and then final payments on these contracts come before the board at separate times. And these warrants, it's something that's a kind of a quirk of the Florida statutes for counties that the commissioners have to approve these warrants, but they've typically gone out the door, or I'd say probably in 66 out of 67 counties, they've gone out the door before the board approves them. I can tell you there was one county, Collier, where the clerk made a big case one time. They frequently have had issues between their former clerk and the county, and the clerk said he wasn't going to issue any checks until the commission approved them. What that did was introduced about a 3-week delay in the process, so checks for $150 couldn't be cut until the county commission approved them. And Collier is the only one where that issue has ever happened, but these are the normal course of business. And I'll let Jeff, who's the clerk of the court, which I do want to point out is another system of checks and balances set up in the Florida Constitution. So unlike cities, counties, we don't hold our own checkbook. The clerk holds the checkbook. I think when they crafted the state constitution, they were wise enough not to trust us counties to hold our own money. So the clerks do that for us, and they cut all the checks. So that's another system of checks and balances that they review everything before it goes out the door and do all of our accounting. And so that's a kind of a check on and an internal control on counties. But happy to answer any questions. Sometimes I may not have all the answers here. And we can get them to you ahead of time if you want, or we can do them here. I can answer some of them, but we may need to research some of them as far as the specific things. Like I know Ms. Stellar Moeller, somebody we have normal relationship with, and the board's approved contracts and work orders with them, and they do multiple projects for us. So I just can't tell you what one check is for.
Yeah, I asked about that one because I noticed that their name was mentioned with regard to Harbor Bluff. So I was wondering what the dynamic was.
Yes, I think there may be an engineer for the Harbor Bluffs project, but the county uses local engineering firms, as do local developers. So there's invariably, we're using the same firms, for different things, and that's just normal that you would have engineering firms that might be working for multiple clients. So.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Sure.
So, Commissioner Moss, we need to either affirm or deny, approve or disapprove.
I make a motion. I move approval of items 8A and B.
Second.
That's a motion by Commissioner Adams, seconded by Vice Chairman O'Brien. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. And thank you. I'm so sorry, sir.
Tom Sullivan, 4187 16th Square. So am I to understand that you do not have a line item account of where the checks are paid after they're paid? In other words, a check is paid out. It's paid. A question is asked. You can't identify where that $200,000 went on a line item. Or we wait for the clerk to do that.
No, that's not correct. We have line items for everything. We have 9,000
Oh, well,
accounting accounts, revenue and expenditure accounts for the county.
I'm just sitting here.
Yep.
I saw someone ask a question, and I saw that it couldn't be answered. What 250,000 was used for?
So I have an answer from staff. 8136, which I think was the Atlantic Title one, was a right-of-way purchase for 6805 66th Avenue. So it was a right-of-way purchase that this board had approved at a
I think that
previous.
should have been the answer. is my-
Yeah, I apologize that there are 400 checks before me that I haven't memorized what every single check is for.
Your job is not to memorize them.
Sir,
Your job is-
sir,
Sir, please. Thank you very much. I appreciate your input. And thank you for the clarification. Okay. With that, the next item on the agenda is a public hearing. And we have a public hearing, item 10A1, which is a quasi-judicial hearing. It's by Virginia W. Russell Family Limited Partnership and Segment Market 85 Incorporated to rezone approximately 78.29 acres from medical, MED, to PD, plan development, and to obtain conceptual PD plan approval for a project to be known as Harbor Bluffs PD, located just south of 41st Street between Highway 1 and Indian River Boulevard. This is a quasi-judicial hearing. Counselor, before we begin, we will use the term quasi-judicial for the benefit of the attending public. Could you clarify that and elaborate a little more on the quasi-judicial process?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Most of the items that come before the Board of County Commissioners are policy questions. Whether you want to enter into a contract with a party, whether you want to do a particular road project, for instance. However, there are certain items that come before the Board of County Commissioners that under the law are deemed to be quasi-judicial. This is because in these items, an application has been submitted to the county by a particular applicant, property owner, developer, or the like. That application is then to be reviewed and analyzed by the county, not from a policy decision as to whether we should do it or not, but from the position of determining whether the application meets the requirements of the law and the criteria set forth in the code, and whether the facts presented to the board as part of the hearing process then are, applied to the code, and then that's what the court or this board makes a ruling like. It's essentially just like a judge would. If you had a court hearing in front of a judge, the judge would listen to the evidence presented by the attorneys and then apply that evidence that was presented by the attorneys to the law that the judge is aware of, and then make a ruling based upon the facts and the law before the judge. And thus, like a judge in those situations, this isn't a policy decision where the board can just simply rely upon how they feel about a matter or what they think might be right. You handle it like a judge. You basically hear the evidence that's presented and then rule upon the decision or application based upon the evidence that's presented. It's just important to understand that it's not just a decision that the board can just simply listen to the sort of, I don't know, the applause meter of the crowd. It's important to make sure that we have the facts on the record to justify whatever decision is made by the board. I'd be happy to answer any additional questions about quasi-judicial nature of these types of items.
Thank you, Counselor. With that, the parties to this proceeding are Indian River County and Virginia W. Russell Family Limited Partnership and Segment Markets 85 Incorporated, collectively known as the applicant. With that, now we need to do some housekeeping here, and I need to ask the commissioners to disclose any ex parte communications, site visits, or independent investigations, and we'll begin with Vice Chairman O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple emails did come in before Attorney Reingold flagged them. And Mr. Keith Schossler, I apologize for any mispronunciations. And a Daniel Levin sent emails. Mr. Tom Sullivan called and left a message. And then I did drive down 41st Street between Indian River Boulevard and US 1 yesterday to take a look at the site, and that's the extent of my knowledge of the project.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I only received the emails the same emails that Commissioner O'Brien just referenced. That's the only contact I've had on this issue.
Thank you.
I received the same emails, and I believe that they have been entered into the record with the clerk by the county attorney.
Yes, thank you very much, Commissioner Adams. What had happened was I've received a copy of those emails. I believe community development staff has also received a copy. We made sure that when they came in and we got them, that we made sure that we provided copies of those immediately to the clerk's office so that they could be part of the record.
And other than that, no.
And Commissioner Moss.
Yes, I received the same emails that were referenced previously. Some of them I received at my personal address, but forwarded them to this address so that they would be a matter of public record, and requested that the person please use this address in the future. I did receive a message that Mr. Sullivan had called. I did not speak with him. I did call him back. I just left a message saying I received his call because it was voicemail. I did not drive past. I did not drive down 41st Street, and I think that's it.
Thank you. Well, I received the same emails, and I did not answer any of those, did not read any of those. They are available at the attorney's office and clerk's now in possession. As far as phone calls, if they were received here at the county, they were responded with that we could not discuss, other than myself, with any party. So there was no contact or independent site inspections, other than the fact that I was a deputy for many years and had to drive down that street many times. So I'm very familiar with the property, but that's it. Thank you. Next, I'd like to confirm that each commissioner can have an open mind and be able to base their decision on the evidence presented and applicable law. Vice Chairman O'Brien.
Can and will.
Commissioner.
Yes.
Can and will.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And I can and will. With that said, we are about to open up the public hearing. Public hearing is now open, and I need to ask the clerk of the court to swear in anyone that anticipates speaking today on this matter or in any way, shape, or form supporting any testimony. Madam Clerk.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you all. We'll now move for a presentation by county staff. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, for the record, I am Ryan Sweeney, Chief of Current Development for the Indian River County Community Development Department. Today, we have a request for a PD rezoning and conceptual PD plan approval for a project to be known as the Harbor Bluffs Plan Development. A brief slide on the PD rezoning process. The first step is the PD rezoning and conceptual PD plan approval, which is the step that's in front of you today. That started with a public hearing at the Planning and Zoning Commission, and today is the second public hearing for final approval. The next step, assuming the conceptual PD plan and PD rezoning is approved, is preliminary PD plan, and that goes to the Planning and Zoning Commission level. The third step is a land development permit or land development permit waiver, which is reviewed and approved at the staff level. And then it finally circles back through the final PD plan plat, which is again approved at the board level.
May I ask a question?
Sure. Mr. Chair, yes, Commissioner Moss?
Madam Chair,
Typically, staff runs through the whole presentation,
let
but
staff to do the entire presentation, and then we will have an opportunity to ask any questions of staff and then follow through with that procedure.
All right.
We're required to do it in this manner. Thank you.
the project site is located on the south side of 41st Street between Indian River Boulevard and US 1 and is currently zoned med. The aerial showing the existing conditions of the site, it's a vacant site, formal citrus grove and cattle pasture, and it does show the overlay laid over the aerial, and again, the context of where it's located south of 41st Street between the boulevard and US 1. A brief proposed development summary. This project was previously approved in March 2019 via an administrative permit use and conceptual site plan approval for a maximum of 624 multifamily units. The administrative permit use process only requires approval at the Planning and Zoning Commission level. It's sort of our middle tier approval. And it only allowed for multifamily units, which would be 3 or more units, triplexes, apartment buildings, quadruplexes, things of those nature. It does not allow for single family or duplex villa units. The overall project size before right-of-way dedication was 80.5 acres. Current project site is now 78.29 acres because the right-of-way dedication has already occurred. We'll discuss that later. The maximum density based on the 8 units per acre is 624 total units, but there is also an option under this PD rezoning process for an alternate layout which allows for some of the project site to be developed as single family and duplex or villa units. Really a total of 4 separate phases or pods that each have their own sort of sub-development design, and it also includes provision for the north-south New County Road 11th Drive, which again we'll discuss in a minute, but that is a major component of this project. The conceptual PD plan shows the overall general layout. Again, it's conceptual, so it is allowed to change and become better defined through the preliminary PD process, but again, you see the 11th Drive roadway and a pod to the east of 11th Drive and the remainder of the project site to the west of 11th Drive. Again, I mentioned the alternate conceptual PD plan, and it's a little bit hard to, if you imagine if you see the townhome layout here in what I call the northwest quadrant, it's like a puzzle piece. It would plug right in, and this would allow for, instead of townhomes or multifamily apartments, this would allow for single family and duplex villa type units to plug into that same section. Through the PD rezoning, the applicant is also seeking out PD waivers. Again, it's primarily just for the single family and duplex section, which would require waivers from what we've provided as the RM8 zoning district, which is the residential equivalency allowed within the med zoning district. The other multifamily would not require waivers. It would just meet the regular setbacks. The conceptual stormwater plan, again, at the conceptual level, these are areas where stormwater could be, but again, these will become better defined through preliminary PD and ultimately land development permit. So some of these areas may be converted to green space or open space. These are all potential stormwater areas. The traffic circulation plan includes, again, a new County Road 11th Drive, 60-foot wide public right-of-way 2-lane road with turn lanes. And this is part of a larger capital project that the county's been working on for nearly a decade to provide a connection between 37th Street and 41st Street, as well as a southern leg to connect from 37th Street down to US 1 and the Aviation Boulevard intersection. And this project does include that road. The right-of-way has actually already been dedicated as part of the previous approval through a developer's agreement. There's an existing developer's agreement in place. The design includes northbound turn lanes to go left and right at the intersection of 11th Drive and 41st Street. Project also required westbound left turn lane to serve the project. It did not require the eastbound left turn lane to serve the existing development on the north side, Lily's Cave, but the developer did agree to provide, as part of a public benefit, to provide that opposing left. It also includes a driveway connection sort of at the midpoint of 11th Drive to serve the northwest quadrant, and then 2 driveway connections towards the southern end, which will be served by northbound and southbound left turn lanes. And again, the county's portion to extend 11th Drive down to 37th Street is south of the project limits. The conceptual landscape plan includes a 25-foot wide type B buffer along all of the project perimeter where it does not abut a roadway. Otherwise, it requires a 20-foot wide local road buffer where it abuts 39th Street, 17th Ave, and then 11th Drive. The dedications, improvements, and other conditions that apply to the project. Again, through the previous approval, the county entered into a developer's agreement for right-of-way dedication for 11th Drive. That has already occurred. The developer has been more than willing to participate and met their fulfillment, including a neighboring property owner, Riverfront Groves. They've also outlined what's required for the 11th Drive improvements, timing, cost estimates, all of those things. There's a requirement for 11th sidewalks along both sides of 11th Drive. There's also a requirement, I'll flip back just real quick. This probably shows it the best where you see it in blue. The project does abut the old W.E. Jeffries subdivision, which have very narrow road rights-of-way. So anywhere where the project, some additional right-of-way dedication, and that will be done in that phase of the project. There's a requirement for an internal sidewalk and pedestrian system throughout the entire project, and again, to connect back to the 11th Drive sidewalks. Street lighting throughout, or project site lighting throughout the project. Green space and recreation area requirements, and at the request of the applicant through the PD rezoning process, they're also requesting a 10-year zoning reverter. If the project doesn't get off the ground, nothing occurs after 10 years, the project site reverts to MED, and maybe it's a different market at that time. Through the PD rezoning process, the applicant also works with the county staff to identify public benefits in order to justify the waivers or the requests that are being requested. So in this case, the 11th Drive right-of-way dedication, which again has already occurred, the 11th Drive improvements, which the county is partnering with the developer to construct those improvements. The developers also agreed to take in the drainage from the 11th Drive improvements, which saves the county on costs for not having to seek out additional right-of-way or raw land for stormwater. And again, I mentioned the eastbound left turn lane on 41st Street, which serves the Lily's Cave development, would not be normally required for this project, but because it's the opposing left and there's room, they've agreed to build it. And with that, staff's recommendation is that the Board of County Commissioners approve the PD rezoning and conceptual PD plan for Harbor Bluffs PD with conditions listed in staff's report, including right-of-way dedication for 11th Drive, 17th Ave, and 39th Street, the 11th Drive improvements, including sidewalks, turn lanes, and drainage, final landscape plans, street lighting, and tree protection mitigation plans at preliminary PD and LDP by staff, and the voluntary 10-year zoning reverter. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anything further from staff?
Happy to answer any questions.
We'll now turn it over to our commissioners. The commissioners, are there any questions of staff at this time?
Yes,
Commissioner Morse.
thank you. I noticed with concern that this matter, if you will, I guess originally began on March 28th, 2019, at a Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. And a lot of things happened after that, but I have the minutes, and I watched the video of that meeting. And by the way, this is another question for you. The minutes end at March of 2019. There are no minutes after that. There are a number of meetings of planning and zoning, but there are no minutes and no video available. So could you please check that when you have a chance? I'm talking about the website, the county website. And for those who don't know, it's ircgov.com, and you can go under boards, and you can actually obtain minutes and video of the meetings, or should be able to. The agenda's posted, but not the minutes and not the video after March of 2019. At any rate, getting back to this, there was no one from the public in attendance. I didn't see it in the minutes, and that's why I watched the video. Did you contact anybody at that point? Because an awful lot happened after that, including it says here, the county and the applicant entered into a developer's agreement. We don't have a copy of that. I don't know what was in the developer's agreement. But was anybody, number one, was anybody from the community notified in March of 2019 that all of this, was about to happen?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Moss, let me start by, it didn't start with March in 2019. That initial, it would have been 4 or 5 months before that where staff would have really started at the beginning, so to speak, for the administrative permit use. That goes through a formal review process, which is called the Technical Review Committee. That's at a staff level. Even before that, we do what's called a pre-application, which is an informal meeting. So let's assume, based on our typical timeline, 6 to 9 months before March of 2019 is when this project would have really started, so to speak. Pre-applications and Technical Review Committee agendas are published every week. They're open to the public. Folks who track development, there's a number of folks in the development community, they get them every week. They're emailed to them. The individual citizens.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? They're emailed, what is sent out?
The agenda for the Technical Review Committee, which would be the first step in the review process.
Is sent out to people in that area?
Anybody who's interested in development, not every individual, not everybody in the.
Oh, well, my question is with regard to the community.
Correct.
How does the community learn about this sort of thing?
Sure. If a neighbor of a certain property, like this is a perfect example, if somebody were just curious, at any time they can only say, hey, if anything ever comes up on this property, I'd like to be notified. And that's just a voluntary item that they would have to do proactively. They would have to reach out to staff. But we do it all the time. There's tons of properties where people are copied on any agenda, any development proposal for a certain piece of property. That's just a thing that the county staff does to try to open up communication.
Well, were people notified in March?
Let me try to get to that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Under the administrative permit use process, which is the process that went through, the only notification that is required through the county code and what staff does to be responsible, not wasting resources, is a sign posting. There is no mailed notice requirement, and there's no legal ad, because it's at a certain level of approval that doesn't rise to this level that we're at today. So the sign posting was done. I have documentation that it was done, and then 3 weeks after, it has to be posted for 3 weeks. The applicant does the sign posting. They document it, and then they provide 3 weeks or more. They provide a second document that the sign was posted and whether or not any contact was received based on that sign posting.
So what kind of sign is posted, and where is the sign posted with regard to the property?
It's about the size of a real estate sign.
Small, a yard sign then? Small? 18 by 24, something like that?
16 by 21 is the minimum requirements in our code.
And I'm trying to understand the process, if you don't mind.
It's duly posted.
Well, that's pretty small.
It follows the same process as every other planning agency is, whether it's a city or a county, you have to post. The sign is posted. People then have to take the initiative to reach out to get further information. That's the process.
Okay, so we'll say a small sign is posted, and could you tell me where it's posted in relation to the property in question?
It's
I mean, is it a
posted,
certain number of feet, or could you define it if you would?
it's posted typically in the road that's immediately in front of the project site. In this case, when staff did it, we posted it in two places, on 41st Street and in the corner, if I could go back to my PowerPoint, the corner of the W.E. Jeffries subdivision where 17th Ave and 39th Street is. So we posted it in two places, basically one for the subdivision at the southwest and one on the north side of 41st Street, which would be viewable by the communities to the north.
Okay.
But there's not a definitive, must be within X feet. We use judgment based on the size of the site and where it would be viewable. If there's one road frontage, we typically would post one sign. If there's multiple road frontages, we would post several signs.
So, and again, I thank you for this. I'm trying to understand the process. All right, so signs are posted and near the property. And what was the time frame? How far in advance?
A minimum of 3 weeks.
Okay, minimum of 3 weeks, small signs in the area. If no one comes to the meeting then, and so you posted them, this was for March of 2019, that's when they would have been posted?
The posting would have been January, February of 2019. Leading up
Okay.
to, that was a separate application that, through a separate process, yes.
Okay, but there's no obligation, because it's administrative, there's no obligation to directly contact households?
Correct.
Is that, so I understand that correctly? Okay. Why is it administrative?
Right. So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Moss, the simplest way to describe it is we have sort of 3 tiers of approval. A permitted use, which is typically approved at the staff level. So using a commercial zoning district, for example, a convenience store at the corner of US 1 and 45th Street, it's a permitted use, it's allowed, staff reviews it, and that's it. It's approved at the staff level. The community development director can approve the site plan. The middle tier is administrative permit use. It goes through staff review, but it ultimately requires planning and zoning commission level approval. There are criteria that it also needs to meet. They're called public engagement, because they get a notice in the mail saying, hey, something's occurring.
Okay. So with this developer's agreement, who enters into that specifically?
Right, so that's an agreement that's negotiated between the county and starts with county staff, but ultimately is approved by the Board of County Commissioners. It's not a secret document. It's been,
So there is an approved developer's agreement?
there is an approved developers agreement that, yes.
I don't think it was attached to this.
Yeah, I apologize for not including it.
And so that was approved on October 22nd of 2019. It was an attorney's office matter 13A on October 22nd, 2019, following the initial approval by the P&Z of the project before the change that's before you today.
Okay, thank you. And is anyone notified of that? Is there any kind of, would the community know about it? That you're going into an agreement, the county is entering into it's a legal agreement, presumably. So the county's entering into a legal agreement with a developer for a specific piece of property. How would the community know that? Would they?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Moss, there's no specific, we wouldn't even know who to notify necessarily, but the agreement is a partnership between the county and the developer to hopefully achieve a goal that they both want to achieve. In this case, 11th Drive with the drainage and the improvements. Sometimes it's as simple as a payment in lieu of an improvement. So there's much more simple developers agreements that are, hey, you have to pay 1% of a share of an intersection improvement, and then your obligation is fulfilled. So it can rise from it can be very minimal, a $10,000 agreement to, hey, you need to build a whole boulevard. But that would be through the Board of County Commissioners agenda. It's again brought as an item to the board to agree to and ultimately approve.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, do you have any questions for staff?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Ryan, it might be useful, both for Commissioner Moss and Ehrman and the folks in the audience, if you could take a couple of minutes and walk through the county, our future land use, and how we do that, and what the future land use of this parcel is, and then walk through what the associated zonings are with this land use, and then what the allowable uses are under the medical zoning. I think that might help everybody kind of realize where we're at here. If you wouldn't mind doing that, please.
Sure, not a problem. Mr. Chair, Commissioner O'Brien, so this site is currently zoned medical, and it does have a commercial, a CI, commercial industrial underlying land use. Within our code, in the med district, you are allowed to develop multifamily residential development through the administrative permit use process. Basically, apartment buildings are fairly compatible with surrounding medical uses. It's pretty common to see an apartment building and a doctor's office across the street. They don't tend to be particularly incompatible. Through the land use, the residential density is capped at 8 units per acre. So again, what they went through previously through administrative permit use was to be allowed to develop at multifamily at the RM8 equivalency. What they're asking for now is actually, and at the risk of saying this, a downzoning to be allowed to do some single family and what we refer to as duplex, but really villas, platted attached units in a portion of the overall project. The zoning, the med zoning does not allow single family or duplex units through an existing process, and hence the reason they're requesting for a PD rezoning, which is a custom zoning district that will allow a portion of single family and duplex, and then the remainder of multifamily. Absent all this, the med zoning district allows for medical uses, hospitals, doctor's offices, assisted living facilities, residential treatment centers, medical type uses, and anything related, some small stuff like gift shops and flower shops, things of that nature. So under the current zoning, absent the Harbor Bluffs project, it's 78 acres that could be developed with doctor's offices, hospitals, assisted living facilities. Essentially anything you see along 37th Street now, you could mirror image it to 41st Street.
Right, and then so we have the underlying land use is commercial industrial, and it has several different zonings attached to that. One of them is the medical zoning, which is the current zoning. And an allowable use for the medical zoning is residential up to 8 units per acre. So, and that's been in our comprehensive land use plan since 1990 or something. So this is really nothing new. These uses have been in there for decades, and all we're doing is, at this point, looking at changing it from 624 multifamily units, which would be the 8 units per acre, the maximum density. And if my math is correct with the application, would be down somewhere around 606 units if I did the math right. So like, as you said, it is a reduction in the density by going through this process.
Right, Mr. Commissioner O'Brien, yeah, right, so by going to single family and duplex, it's purely a matter of consuming land because they're typically single story and you lose density by nature of it. It's actually, if you look at the conceptual plan, it's actually about a 60 unit reduction. Now, that's not to be said that 20 or 30 couldn't be made up in the multifamily elsewhere, but realistically, it is a reduction just
so
by the
it's
nature.
even more than the number I have then.
Correct.
Okay, that's, Mr. Chairman, I think that's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner.
Ryan, so what Commissioner O'Brien just said, that it is a reduction from the 624 based on,
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioner,
what we're using.
yes, I mean, just, again, functionally, when you go to single family and duplex, by the time you do roads and drainage and driveways and all the things that go with a unit type like that, you just can't get to that high density. Now, I want to be clear that there are other portions of the project site that are talking about, 3-story apartment type buildings where you can get really high density fairly easily. But it would be a net reduction just by nature of the design.
okay. Also, explain I understand everything, what's going on here with the changing from medical to planned development. And I know that we've done some projects, and there've been some projects in the past, and it allows a little more creativity with this, with the developer, I assume, right? With this?
Absolutely.
As long as they meet the requirements, codes, obviously. This being done in phases, phase one, and the other ones are not gonna, they're gonna be built depending on when, where, or in each phase is judged on its own merit? Yes, no, or?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioner, I mean, yeah, so two things. Each phase has to stand on its own. It needs to have the stormwater, the roads, everything. You can't build the apartments with the assumption that the stormwater will be built elsewhere at a different time. So each individual phase, as it comes in, needs to be able to serve its own function. Timing-wise, if I could flip up my presentation, you know, it's when you do a phasing plan, you typically identify a first phase. Now that can change again with market conditions, but all signs point to the first phase being the southeast section, which is the multifamily apartment, primarily one-bedroom and studio apartments to serve the surrounding medical uses. But also it could serve teachers or, you know, individuals who are just moving to the county. But that would be the first phase, and that would be where 11th Drive comes in.
Okay.
The northwest quadrant would most likely be phase 2. Phase 3 and 4 is not very well defined because, again, that's sort of a market-driven item that would be further defined in the preliminary PD. Does that answer your question?
Yes. The stormwater is adequate, meets requirements?
It would, yes. Again, so phase 1, stormwater would serve phase 1. In fact, with phase 1, they're also going to do some additional stormwater on either side of 11th Drive to serve 11th Drive, the drainage for the road.
Okay. My next question is, I don't know if you're the traffic guy or Phil still is the traffic guy, but, or Brian or whoever, but,
Yeah, Rich is here.
what do you, I read what it said, but maybe give us a kind of a update on what do you think about I like the idea of the 11th Drive going through like that, the total concept on this, because it seems like people are always concerned about the traffic. I read the notes on P&Z that seemed to be a big concern of the traffic impact with stoplights, you know, lanes and stuff like that. Give us a kind of a brief overview on the traffic impact, you think?
Sure, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Erman. Yeah, traffic is a concern nearly with every development project. So when the Harbor Bluffs previous site plan, the multifamily administrative permit use came in, when it initially started, 11th Drive was not, it was a concept, but it wasn't part of the project. So I believe they had 2 driveway cuts to 41st Street, but none of the traffic, it all had to go to 41st Street because it didn't go through. So again, through in partnership with the county, the 11th Drive concept provides an outlet to allow traffic to go south to 37th Street. So the thought being that, again, with Pod 1 or Phase 1, if there are hospital workers or anybody that works in this, you know, tangentially in the medical field that needs to go down to 37th Street, they can get down through this connection. It also would allow folks to come from 37th Street to go north, you know, to bypass some of the congestion on 37th Street. But without 11th Drive connecting through, the same amount of density, the same amount of intensity is still allowed on this property. It would just have to connect to 41st Street. So in a way, it would force all of the trips onto 41st Street.
Okay, good.
Let me add to that. What separates us from a county that's of similar population size, like Martin County, but with tremendous congestion problems, is our grid network. We've steadfastly held to the grid. We've got east-west roads on 4th, 8th, 12th, 16th, 5th Street Southwest, 9th Street Southwest, et cetera. Same thing in the North County area. That we can spread the load of traffic to multiple 2-lane roads prevents us from having these massive freeways and 6-lane and 8-lane roads everywhere. 11th Drive, you said you like 11th Drive. I'm going to go you one better. I love 11th Drive. When we connect to Aviation Boulevard, you know, maybe not the most popular thing, but if people can conceive as smaller roads in multiplicity is much better than having forcing all the traffic onto major arterials. That creates congestion, it creates safety issues, it's not pleasant to drive on, and it creates, really, in a hospital vicinity, if you have a number of congested arterioles, it creates a safety problem. So,
Okay, good. Yeah, I kind of agree with the comment I just heard Commissioner O'Brien make. This is not any different than things that have been in the past. I've had the opportunity to live in Indian River County all my life, and I have seen the development and growth come and go, and this is nothing unusual. I think it does follow our comprehensive plan, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. As far as the proposed plan that we are here today to hear, were there any other plans for this property, of this size, for, that has come before you for discussion?
Mr. Chair, I've been here 7 years. There hasn't been a whole lot of talk on this property, primarily because it's zone med, and there just hasn't been a need for that amount of medical development. It was the very first question staff asked was, hey, are you guys sure you want to take this big a chunk of med out? And they said that they've owned, well, I can defer to the applicant, but the Russells have owned the property for many, many years and haven't gained any momentum on the property.
So we did not have any discussion, the county did not have any discussion about a more sizable, dense location application for this property?
Correct. Not other than the 2019 approval, which didn't rise to your level, other than the developer's agreement.
And while you can't have a true traffic study until you have traffic, but we can have estimates based upon what is generated by MED or as opposed to PD, would you say reasonable certainty? And I understand that medical will provide traffic in the community from approximately 7 a.m. till about 6 p.m., and then it'll drastically drop off, and that will include many trips, cars, buses, transports, and as far as the PD that's proposed, you would have individuals, residents that generate approximately how many trips per day?
Correct. Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's multiple parts to that question, or comment, if you will.
That's why I asked.
So, right, so under the medical zoning, it's considerably higher, and I'll point out two things first. One, the applicant's traffic engineer is here as well. There is a fully approved traffic study based on what's proposed, so there certain units generate certain trip types, and they distribute them out in a model. So there is an approved traffic study, but yeah, until it's observed, you never really know. That being said, medical would generate many more trips and concentrate them in a specific time frame. Residential trips, there's an AM, a morning rush and a PM rush, but there's also other trips throughout the day, people coming and going. Medical, it's pretty well defined, about 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. and kind of culminating in the middle part of the day. And so just drive down 37th Street, you could have that again on 41st. I think the second part is just the sheer amount. Staff did a very rough analysis, but based on 78 acres of medical, roughly 500,000 square feet of medical could be built. And again, various uses, some higher trip generators like your typical medical office and hospitals, some lower trip gen like assisted living. But that was to the tune of about 18,500 daily trips. The project under the approved traffic study is 4,100 daily trips.
Thank you. Commissioner.
Just a quick question, Ryan. What is the value of the 11th Drive improvements that are being proposed as part of this project?
Oh, I don't, let's see here. I know I have the developer's agreement in here.
Rich,
You'll have
do you,
go ahead.
or even just an estimate?
I can give you a ballpark, yeah, pretty quickly.
You have some help from traffic now.
I got you back, Ryan. There you go. The improvements right now are about $1.2 million for the roadway, and about $200,000, no, $120,000 for the design. And we're cost sharing that with Mr. Russell.
Okay.
They also contributed right-of-way, too.
They contributed the right of way. We're also, just so everybody's aware, we're currently at 60% to do the south leg, which is basically from the south boundary of Mr. Russell's property down to 37th, through the hospital, down to the south boundary of the hospital. As was presented to the board recently, we were able to get right away from the hospital to make this project move forward. And last year, we bought a medical building that we can use for right away that we needed to make this happen. So that's part of the whole thing. It's moving along. The entire grid that we're working on is moving along.
Okay, thank you. You're good, Ryan.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thanks.
The developer's agreement doesn't have the actual numbers in it. It's the cost estimate attached to it, so,
We got that covered? Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
I just have a legal question,
Please.
if that's all right. Mr. Reingold, this is with regard to the comprehensive plan. That came into effect which year?
It was in the mid-'80s.
85.
And has it been reviewed or revised since then?
Since then, I don't know all the different times that it has, but pursuant to state law, there was what we used to call the EAR report that had to be done. It's an evaluation appraisal report. I think it used to have to be done every like 7 years or something around that time frame. So I'm sure that through the years, that has been done. And I'll defer to Phil and Ryan on this. I mean, I'm sure the state has approved those changes and amendments to the comp plan that we've done, and thus I'm sure our comp plan is in compliance.
Yeah, we're going on about 10 years now since it was last done, and we'll be doing a new EAR, which is, it's a formal process governed by state law, evaluation or appraisal report. Leading up to that, we're going to do a visioning analysis, as you all know, coming up. What do we like and not like about our development plan? I think the EAR will probably be undertaken in about 2 years, and then we'll do a new comprehensive plan amendment and update what we like and don't like about the comp plan. So there's certainly, I'd say within the next 2 to 3 years, an opportunity to take a holistic look at the comp plan. You can take a look at individual sections of it periodically, too.
So it's about 10 years old, but that wasn't a review of the entire comp plan, that was parts of it?
Those are our last EAR-based amendments. Yeah.
Yeah, EAR-based amendments.
Well, if I could, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Moss, yeah, under, the rules have changed quite a bit in the state legislature, but it used to be a set timeframe where we did what was an evaluation and appraisal report, and then based on that report, we made amendments. I think we've done 2 or 3 sort of big overhauls of the comp plan since it was first, approved in the mid-'80s. We also do incremental, minor changes to individual sections on an annual basis twice a year. But sort of 3 big overhauls, the last one being 10 years ago.
Okay, so the last major overhaul was 10 years ago? 'Cause
Yeah, I think it's actually 11 years old.
Yeah.
Or
So it's time,
2009, I remember
it's
doing it.
time for that.
Yes, sir.
Now.
Yes,
It's
ma'am.
time. It seems to me that, the comp plan is out of sync with the community.
No,
This,
no. So
potentially-
let me explain something. One, a comp plan is your umbrella. A comp plan is your highest level of regulation.
May I say one thing?
Then, if I could just finish. Then you drill down on your future land use and your zonings, and then you have your LDRs, which is your lowest level, your land development regulations. So it is not appropriate to go every year and redo your comp plan, because your comp plan is your giant overall outline and structure. What we do on a more regular basis is look at zonings, look at future land use, and look at LDRs. And that is very appropriate to look at on a more regular basis. There are specific state statutes and state recommendations as to how you can adjust your comp plan. You can't just go in every year willy-nilly and change a comp plan. There are specific statutory requirements as to how you do that. On top of that, last month, we started a process where we would be reviewing the development and vision of the county, looking at multiple different levels. Part of that will include some comp plan reevaluation. But to say that the comp plan is out of sync with the community or with the county is a vastly dangerous comment that is in no way appropriate or accurate.
Well, thank you, but I do understand what a comp plan is. We actually redid the entire comp plan for the city of Vero Beach while I was the mayor, so I have extensive knowledge with regard to redoing comp plans, and that was necessary. That hadn't been done other than piecemeal changes since the 1990s, so it was time, and I'm getting the sense that it's time. Well, you called it a major overhaul, which is
That's
which, you know,
25
which is what I'm talking about. They were overdue, absolutely.
That's
other than
25 or 30
piecemeal.
years, Commissioner. This is
Yes.
11 years.
Well, that's what was said by just at this meeting, that we've done it this way for decades. That's, you know, that's what was just said. And it might be time to really look at that. Think about the location of this property, which really hasn't been discussed much. It's not that far from the lagoon. It's not that far in number of miles. You're going to get runoff, you know, whatever you do with it. And I think we need, you know, we've learned a lot, even in the last 10 years, and we're about to discuss that, by the way. That's on this agenda. You have this whole big report, and I guess I missed the first one, and I'll bring myself up to date, but we had the second one, which I've read. We know a lot more now than we did 10 years ago, and you know, we absolutely should be using that. And that should be something that we're really looking at with this piece of property, not just giving it, you know, one sentence, well, that's okay. And I was looking at this future land use policy 2.2, Indian River County shall encourage and direct growth. I don't know, is that what you want? You know, does everybody how much growth do we want to encourage? I think we need to be more circumspect, more careful, and need to include the community more in all of this. And that's what I was asking, so thank you.
Thank you.
So,
County Administrator.
Mr. Chair, if you'll indulge me for a moment. Scott, can you pull up the slide with the aerial on it?
Here, I'll go.
You have the aerial? Yeah, there you go. So we can talk about density and growth, and that the city did recently update their comp plan. I'd like to point out that triangle at the upper right-hand corner of the slide there. That parcel was just annexed into the city of Vero for a multifamily development. One of the reasons, now this is me speaking, but I will say, I believe one of the reasons, and I will tell you the result of that annexation in the city of Vero, is that they can get a higher density, a higher number of units than they could have in that same area from the county. So I'm really cautious, I'm really concerned about kind of characterizing the county's comp plan as something that's facilitating growth or some high density amount, when the property almost across the street was just annexed into the city of Vero, which is going to yield more multifamily units than they would have been able to get in that property in the unincorporated area. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you for mentioning that, because that property backs up to property purchased by the Indian River Land Trust for conservation purposes. So it just, thank you. It further develops the point I'm trying to make. Thank you.
So perhaps the city's comp plan was not appropriate for the environment and the concerns for the lagoon.
I think, you know, we really, and that's up to them, you know, they'll adjust it going forward if they believe that it's
Why would you adjust
necessary.
something you just changed?
Pardon me?
You just changed it, right? You said that you just changed the comp plan.
This was several years ago, yes. But they can adjust it, parts of it, as they wish.
Well, that transaction just happened.
Yes, I don't think it was a good transaction.
Oh.
I think that, well, this is, and we talked about this earlier today. There can be decisions that are made that are bad policy, but that you have to make it because you're being judicial. So it's a quasi-judicial hearing, and I understand that, but it can be bad policy.
Well, let's focus back in on this project. Is there any further questions?
No, thank you, though.
Okay. Any further questions of staff? We'll now turn this over to the public. If any,
Typically, start with the applicant.
I was
Thought I'd
getting there.
jump up. I'm Steve Moeller, Masteller Moeller. I have been sworn in, so putting that on the record. I represent, along with Bruce Barquette, who's here, and Becky Mulcahy is here, also traffic consultant. We've been working for Mr. Russell on this site for, I personally, probably over 10 years, but most recently, about 5 years. So just some history as to how we've gotten to where we are today. We originally proposed a site plan to the county to start the process that ended on March 28th at the planning board. We originally proposed a 624-unit multifamily project that would have been gated on 41st Street. That would have been the only entrance. The county persuaded us and Mr. Russell, it was really his decision and he was agreeable to it. The county wanted to, which I think is a good idea for the community, they wanted a road that would come from 41st down to 37th Street so that there'd be another way of getting through that area. So Mr. Russell agreed to that and the site plan was approved in that manner. With that, subsequent, there was a developer's agreement, and the reason for that is part of what Mr. Russell agreed to was to allow the drainage to be done on his property. Some of it's to the east. The southern part on our site is to the east, and the northern part would be to the west. So that needed to be documented in further detail, which can't be done at the planning board level. So there was much detail that went into that. And because the roadway was put on the county's 5-year capital improvement plan, it enabled us to, we actually have designed that for the county. Some of that was maybe mentioned earlier during the consent agenda, but that is in process that we're designing that component for the county. And I think MBV is designing the southern part so that would be a road for the community. So following the developer's agreement, we could have embarked on just going forward. But we were, Mr. Russell was approached by a builder that wanted to do single family and duplexes, and we looked into the code, and the code, it doesn't allow it, surprisingly. But so in any event, normally when we're here asking for a PD approval, we're requesting for, in a single family zone, either to allow the lots to be smaller, if they're still single family, or we're asking for single family or multifamily to be allowed in parts of it, which is considered, of course, to be a little bit higher intense. So we're here today doing the opposite. We are asking you to approve single family and duplex uses, which when you fit them into a project, in the area that we have, for example, the plan has 228 townhouses, but if we are allowed to do the single family and duplexes in that area, it would only be 173 or so. So we're actually asking for less. So I just wanted to point that out. So we're here to answer any questions as well, if you have any.
Thank you, Steve. Is there any questions of the applicant representative?
Not at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Hearing no questions, we'll then move on to public input. Any members of the public that would? Thank you. Is there any members? Thank you, sir. If there's any members of the public who wish to speak on this topic, there are 2 podiums. I'll need you to identify yourself with your name and address for the record, and please, there's 2 podiums. Thank you.
Tom Sullivan, 4187 West 16th Square. My wife was supposed to help me. She had to go to attend to her mother in Sarasota, so I might be a little slower. I'm sorry. What I did, First of all, I walk my dog on this road every day, 41st Street. I started noticing traffic. I drive into town. I'm a regular at Bobby's and the Tides. Traffic started getting bad. I moved to this neighborhood 5 years ago. Since then, the hospital has built the Scully Center and the new doctor's offices, both rather large buildings. All right, the surgery center is now being built on Indian River. Is everybody familiar with that? Okay. All right, so I said, let me see what's going on, because I think we're getting a lot of traffic. Oh, excuse me. So I looked at this thing. This is a congestion management process of 2009. Okay? All right, well, because people say, I don't think we mentioned traffic enough. In 2009, if you see the, oops. Thank you. I could use the help. Okay, that's better. You'll be great. Okay, if you look at that circle there, okay, that's 37th and Indian River Boulevard. In 2009, they planned to do a double left there. If you go to the next page, please. And you can just, okay. You can see that, what it says there? 37th Indian, they're going to put a curved island. This is in 2009, okay? Let's move, okay, that's good enough. Take that. Okay. Let's move along to a Board of Trustees, Indian River County Hospital District meeting, dated April, matter of fact, show the date. Okay, thank you. I'll take the page. Okay. Okay, maybe we can put this here. Can you bring that up to the red? There you go. Could that be read by everybody? Mr. Bowling? What did he say about the extension? It's going to go to 37th Street due to an increase in traffic. He explained 37th is a main area. During peak hours, capacity is 880, currently at 700. April 19th, 218. You can take that. Alrighty. What's in a plan? I didn't even know there was an MPO. I found it out because I'm walking my dog, there's a lot of traffic. Can we read the bottom of that? Can you bring that up just a little, sir? Okay. Improving connections to the Cleveland Clinic Hospital are also envisioned by the plan. Aviation Boulevard will be extended. I have to go to the next page. Of US 1 North to 37th by the hospital. Majority of the population lives west of the railroad. We're all worried about the train, okay? Now, my question here is, everybody talks about 37th. All of a sudden, 41st came in. Probably came in during one of the meetings. I'll let you draw your own conclusions. You can take that. I believe we have a representative here. Is that true? From Troutman? Becky, is that you? Okay, let's move on. Becky, can you give the people a little, I'm sorry. My wife would be better than you. No, can you give the people a little idea what those numbers mean? Particularly around the site, the 20 and the 60? Oh,
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe we allow members of the audience to interrogate.
Okay, I wanted everybody, I'm sorry. I wanted everybody to know what that means is when the traffic comes out to the north, okay, on 11th, 60% will go to Indian River Boulevard. 20% will go to US 1. If you go to the south, 16% goes where? To the west, 4% goes to the east. That's pretty good. That's really not going to add a lot of traffic, okay? But, could you take that? But then I came across this, and it was a lot of confusion to me. The county sent down, now I can't find the original copy, but the county replaces the 16 west, okay, with 20, okay? The county replaces the 4 denoted east of the project on 41st with 60. Now, think this through. We just took a 4% and changed it to a 60. We also removed, if you're looking at this, a lot of traffic from where? 37th Street. We all agree 37th Street's a big problem. I would like to know, on the record, was there another piece of work done where it showed the numbers prior to this? Is everybody following this? I mean, Steve Reisman, I talked to him the other day, and I said, Steve, I think I'm crazy. He says, you're not. I said, thank God. All right, so here we go.
That's according to Steve.
Huh? I know, but he might be crazy. But my point is here, if you change those numbers, I don't know how you do it. And secondly, now all of a sudden, you get a memo, okay? Here you go, I'll put this on. And what this says, traffic engineering staff have no objection to the proposed methodology provided for the subject. Please proceed with conducting the impact study, okay? Dante. By the way, I tried to contact Dante. He no longer works here.
So-
He must have been, huh?
And that happens sometimes.
Oh, no, I agree with you.
Employees retire,
Joe, I mean,
move on.
Mr.
Thank you, sir. Can we get to a point here, though? I
Well,
think
my
that's-
point is,
that's what we need to do.
My point is, I'm trying to show the concurrency of the traffic. I think concurrency is a rather large issue. I'm not sure. Okay, here we go. Next, please.
But the
Bundle
proposed
line-
plan reduces the amount of traffic that would be loaded upon the roadway, as was clearly
Well, that's
discussed.
his opinion.
No, it's not, it's fact.
How's it fact? I'm showing you fact.
It-
Yeah, well, Joe, I mean, watch this. This is the roadway as it exists now.
Right,
This is 37th Street.
sure.
That's fact. We're putting 624 units above it and emptying them into it. How does that fact jive? That it's not overcrowding the road?
As far as this going from Med to PD, it is a reduction in traffic patternization and burden upon the existing roadways.
Well, my question is concurrency. Well, he's claiming yes, and I'm trying to show facts.
And
All right, so can I just move along? I'm sorry.
No, I just want to know where you're getting your traffic engineering information from
Where's Becky?
and your opinion,
Where's Becky? This is your report. This is his
right?
report.
No, I don't know, that's fact.
Commissioner,
I'm just,
we'll let him do his
Yes,
thing. We'll
okay.
give an opportunity for staff to answer or address.
That's fine.
Okay.
And I admit, if I'm wrong, I'll get educated, but, okay. This is a traffic effect. And again, I can be educated on this too. Well, this says 41st Street, if you read it, I think you have to read the top part first, though. It says significant impact, okay? We got a lot of no's, but then we get back to the area of concern. And we have a lot of yeses.
right here, 41st.
That makes me think there's going to be more traffic, more significant traffic, okay? Now, I'll let staff deal with these numbers. I'm trying to get that red thing in there. Okay. I'll let staff deal. Those are daily totals. And again, I'm a novice, career college basketball coach, having a nice drink in my backyard, and all of a sudden I saw cars piling up. All right? And these okay. Let's go down. Urban LOS, that's level of service. F. Now, Becky will speak to this issue, I'm sure, okay?
Sure.
Level of service is how a road meets what its expectations are. F, there were so many Fs in this report, I had to ask her if A was the best or F was the best. Because none of these kids could have played for me in college. They would have never got in. Okay? So here we go. LOS, F, two or more Fs, F, B, D, F, 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 LOS, F. Okay, I can go on, they're all Fs. I mean, if you want me to, I'll put them down there. Okay, these are the surrounding intersections, okay? And I do appreciate you all letting me do this. Okay, that's all I need for that. All right, and then the, oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Now, here we are. I think this goes back to the question that Commissioner Morse was asking. This is that meeting that occurred, you could bring, that we referenced earlier. Could you bring that up a little?
Other way.
Okay. We see interested parties there. Gifford interested parties was invited. Riverfront Groves, Mr. Ritchie was invited. I think it was important he be invited because we're going to negotiate with him for right-of-way, which he gives. We do give a density waiver to him. I don't know what that is, but I know that's an exchange. It's in the actual documents. Ryan, you can get that, right? All right. Here are my, so I'm just a normal guy. Okay? I don't want the neighborhood to go backed up from here to Fifth Avenue, all right? So I say to myself, let me write an email. You know, so I get involved with Mr. DeBraw, nice guy, who explained to me what quasi-judicial is, you know? He said, I wanted to speak to Mrs. Morse, my commissioner, and he met with me and said, you can't do that. It would be like you meeting with the judge before you go to trial. You know, I said, she's my commissioner, I live in the district, I have a problem that's affecting my neighborhood. So he said, that's the way it is. Well, I have to tell you this. The only county in Florida that's like that is right here.
That's incorrect.
You can check that out.
That's incorrect, sir.
Okay, are you telling me that Martin County does not let, I don't want to go off.
Sir, this is a quasi-judicial hearing.
Okay.
We have strict regulations and guidance
wanna
that
say
we
that.
must adhere to.
Okay.
And that is one of them.
So
But what I'm saying is that.
No, but the aspersion is wrong. Thank you.
Are you saying that the other counties, and Joe, we can do this, no, I'm gonna.
No, if you were paying attention at the beginning of the meeting, we said that if we had any exposure to any emails, discussions.
Joe, I understand that.
Site?
What I'm saying is
Sir,
that.
No,
would
you don't
please
understand.
Let him speak,
Thank you.
please.
Please don't overtalk me again. Thank you. You asked something, and you made an aspersion that this is the only county that does it like this. This is the state regulations. This is state law, LAW. We must adhere to it. We have an attorney. We refer things to the attorney so that we don't get exposed to it because we have to. We are not, no, you don't understand.
I understand your explanation.
We are not allowed to read or have any involvement with a project if it's quasi-judicial, if there's a change. A lot of this is new to us as well. It has to be. We are basing our decision on all the evidence that's brought to us today, not what we might feel
That's why I don't want to discuss it.
and what we might think. But no, you made a comment about this the only county. I want the public to realize that it is not the case whatsoever.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, so, I don't know what happened. Did you take it? So anyway, if we can go back to that. I went back and forth on emails. I kept on trying to get the March 28, 2019, but Bill and I could never arrive at that. Yesterday, I finally walked over and was able to get it from the secretary. Okay, all right, and what I got was the minutes from that meeting that occurred about the Harbor Bluffs, the conceptual plan. And what I found interesting was two people were absent when they voted. I don't know how to say his name. Mr. Pulowski,
Blackovich.
Which,
his name?
Blackovich.
Blackovich, and Dr. Day, okay? They were both, the plan passed, okay, as you can see, okay, but they were both absent from that meeting. Now, the next meeting I was able to attend, okay, Mr. Day was at that meeting, okay? The committee's probably changed a little bit, the Planning and Zoning Committee. Mr. Day was there, and this was brought up to him, the revision. And Mr. Day said, I don't understand why all these PDs keep coming back to us. And the opinion of the staff was that, and this was spoken, you only have two options. You can rezone the property, okay, in the conventional manner that was already passed somehow, or you can go to the PD. Is there a third option? Could they have rejected it? I don't know.
Certainly. You had
They could have?
two
I'm asking.
Mr. Salt, I want to be really clear of what the purpose of this right now is. We're in the public discussion section. This is your opportunity to put evidence and information on the record for the board to consider. That's the most important thing you can do right now for your cause.
Okay, well, what I'm trying to say is that at this meeting I was at, I thought they should have been given a third option to deny the plan, to deny the application, okay? All right, as we move along, because I want to, okay. I'm sorry. Okay, it took me a while to draw this too, by the way. And you're
Very nice.
Now, is it signs? These were the signs, by the way. The actual sign that if you're on 41st Street, if you're going wide at 45 miles an hour. The other sign, if you can see this,
You want to rotate it?
if you can see this far corner here,
Mr. Sullivan, you can point at the screen here.
put your finger right over the lens, and it,
I'm sorry.
you can,
Okay, if you can see this far corner, here, 17th and
39th Street.
39th, that was where the other sign was placed. I went there. Unfortunately, next to it was a sign that said no dumping. I thought that was comical. All right. So anyway, I don't know if proper notification was given, but that's only my point. All right. Now, I'm a basketball coach, and I have to say, I had a pretty nice career, okay? Participated in the national championship game, coach of the year 5 times out of 20. All right, so I like to look at things. I work at universities, and universities have long-term plans. If a guy comes in from the chemistry department and says, I want to build a chemistry building, time out. Let's see how it fits in with the architect's long-term plans. Now, I said to myself, as you can see here, this is Old Dixie Highway, okay? There's a light there. Our problem is 37th Street, okay? We could have done eminent domain on not even knocking over a building or knocking anything down, okay, and gone out to Indian River Boulevard. All right, we could have come up 17th, which is a new road, which is called a paper road. It's paved all the way up to 39th. It's vacant land above that, owned by the Shireen family. Okay, that could have been made a road. The road that currently there could have been made a road. All right, now you have an interesting pattern. All right, and again, I don't want to say that that's the way it should go, but I really think the area of the medical district is very important. You know, very important. And I think once you lose it, Joe, I was here, I'm sorry, Mr. Ehrman, I was here when you first took the seat. I came because I wanted to meet the council, and I remember you saying, we spend $10.8 million on sand? That's a big number, okay? Well, here's what I'm telling you. Beaches, the sand can come and go. Once we lose the hospital land, or we don't project how traffic flows are going to be in this area with people that are highly anxious going to either surgery centers, cancer centers, radiology centers, we're going to have a lot of problems. Thank you.
Would you like to submit those documents for the record, sir?
Sure.
Okay. Would you like to have them passed out so the commissioners can take a look at them before they get turned into the clerk?
I have to put them back together.
Once you put them back together, if you can hand them to Commissioner O'Brien, at this point, it will travel down across the board and then will be entered into documentation with the clerk.
Okay, thank you, and thank you.
I appreciate it. We got somewhere. Thank you. Is there anybody else from the public who wishes to speak?
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Andy Spalding. I am located in Lilies Cay, Community 1479. I'm also the president of the HOA. There's a lot that's been said here this morning, and some of the commissioners have already brought up issues that I wanted to talk about, but I really didn't get the answers that I was looking for, and I don't think our community, of which there's members here today, have gotten the answers they're looking for either. First of all, we missed some points about, we talked about traffic, et cetera, but the main points is that 41st Street today is a busy road. More so in the morning, more so at night, because it's a thoroughfare that takes you out west to 58th Avenue, et cetera. And I see the traffic because my house sits on 41st Street in Lilies Cay. The community to the west of us, Casabella, has about 100 residents there. We have 53 in our community. GHO is building phase 2 of our community just to the west of Casabella with another 100. We talked about the triangle, of which the zoning has just been changed, which I believe was 164 units. And then we got 624 units going into Harbor Bluffs. That comes out to about 1,000 residents that's going to be put into that little area between 41st Street and Indian River Drive. Assuming everybody had 2 cars, that's run the numbers. You know, you got 2,000 vehicles coming and going each day without even including the normal traffic of the buses in the morning, the buses in the afternoon, the sheriff's office coming back and forth, all the administrative buildings that come down 41st Street because that's the thoroughfare between east and west. I listened to the planning department a little while ago, and they said that they had posted some signs letting us all know of a possible zoning change. I never saw a sign there, and you have to think about Lilies Cay. It's only been developed since the end of 2018 to 2020, where they sold out the 53 homes. Nobody's looking for a sign when they're just moving in. And we weren't even formed as an HOA at that time because we just recently took over to be our own HOA from the developer. I mean, if he's talking about the sign that they placed there, I never saw it coming out of the entrance. And if you did, it'd be a postage stamp on a football field. You wouldn't even see it, okay? So I see some underlying things that we're all concerned about as residents. Now, if you look at communities, and you've got a planning department with the county, we've got a commission, we all try to work together to come up with a community or a plan that's going to meet everybody's needs, okay? Nobody ever come to our community. You say, well, I can't go to every residence. No, every community has an HOA. Contact the HOA, it's on record. Ask them to come to your planning meetings. We know we're not going to stop development on a piece of property like that, okay? But it sure would be nice to have some input on where you can go in, come out, where you're placing your roads, what about your drainage? What about the type of homes you're putting there? What impacts are going to have on our homes? the prices that we have on our price, is it going to diminish our investment? That all has to be considered. That way, you got harmony amongst the community, and everybody's happy. I had input, the residents had input, and we get everything done, okay? Evidently, when they zoned that property as medical, they had the foresight to understand that Vero Beach is getting elderly people, and there's a lot of people moving from up north that are moving into our area. That land needs to be considered for medical growth. The hospital, Cleveland Clinic just took over. That brings a lot of people coming in, and development of property that's going to be needed with doctors, specialty doctors, and we're going to give that all away to bring in more houses, duplexes, villas, whatever you want to call them, okay? And I'm not against that. I just think that we should have had some input into when them decisions were made in the planning stage. Here we are now in front of the commission. We didn't hear anything about it till we got our last letter saying, oh, by the way, there's going to be a commission meeting, and you're more than welcome to come and have input. This input should have been put in back in March. Okay? Can we stop it? Maybe not. There's some considerations that I'm going to kind of go through. I'm not going to take a lot of time. It's upsetting to me. We've had a tough year in 2020. We all know about what's going on with the pandemic. And everybody wants to use COVID as an excuse for not getting things done. And people have gotten creative with it, okay? But COVID doesn't stop communication. We could have been communicating during this whole time frame. Don't blame COVID on that, okay? Or anybody else that tries to do that. So let me just kind of highlight a couple things here. Okay. One item I really thought we could have done is we could have shared and evaluated and swapped ideas amongst the other communities, not just Lily's Cay. We got Caliba, we got Casabella, I mentioned, even to the communities to the north of us. They seem to have concerns. I don't know if there's any representatives here for them or not. The entrance location into Harbor Bluffs, we've seen all the maps. We come out on our exit to 41st Street and go across 41st Street. That's going to be the entrance, one entrance, of which they're going to extend all the way to 37th Street, okay? So when you got 2,000 vehicles in the normal traffic at night, and I want to get out of my community, you cannot tell me there's not going to be a congestion right there. It's going to be a lot of congestion. Maybe there could be some consideration to maybe move the entrance down to an area where it's not going to affect communities trying to egress and ingress into their own properties in their residential areas. Just a thought. We know that, I'm sure that developers made plans to put some type of a buffer up along 41st Street. That's a normal process in the development. I don't know, we've talked about widening the road. I don't know if that's going to happen. But it seems to me that the counties, the cities, et cetera, they do a study and they say, well, right now it doesn't look like it's going to be congested. Then lo and behold, it gets congested, and now everybody's working, traveling, going in and going out, and they decide they're going to widen the road or they're going to do something at the worst time. It should be done up front, okay? You're going to have to do it sooner or later because this is going to bring some serious congestion into that area. We don't mention anything about price points on the homes. Maybe that's not our concern. If they want to sell them for $100,000, so be it. That's their choice, okay? But it does have an impact on our community. We're a small community. It's a desirable community because, one, it's located next to the hospitals. That's why I moved here. It's located in shopping. It's close to the beach. And the housing is expensive. So I've got a house that I'm spending $600,000+ on, and I'm going to be competing with a duplex going for $300,000. And when somebody comes in to buy something, they do comps, okay? You take 600,000 and 300,000, that's 900,000. Now they say your house is worth 450,000, okay? I know how that works. It's not fair to the people that moved into that area. It appears that they've done some planning with the developer on sidewalks. We talked about drainage. So there is drainage issues in that particular area of Indian River Boulevard and 41st Street. Okay, hopefully, if this project gets approved, they're going to really focus their attention on that. Anyhow, I personally feel, and I do represent the residents of Lilies Cay, that we're getting all this information is after the fact, okay? And that's a fact. And somebody had talked about go to our website. I welcome anybody to go on that website and try to figure out what's going on, okay? You won't get anywhere. And I think it's done on purpose, to be honest with you.
No.
You can't find anything about what's going on. You'd have to go down there, like this gentleman did, and do your own research, okay? It's not that simple to get to a website and get your information about a piece of property that they just put a 24/12 sign on that you're supposed to see coming out of a development. So, again, we're not against development. We know things are going to happen. We got growth. But we just got to use common sense decisions on what's going to go in. Is it good for our community? Is it good for Vero Beach? And put some thought behind it, because that's important. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak? Please come forward, sir. Thank you.
Name is Bob Mantek, 1466 Lilies Cay. First of all, my compliments to Tom Sullivan, Andy Spalding for their well-thought-out and definitely well-prepared presentation. I came not prepared for this, so this is going to be a lot quicker. I just want to make sure I understand 41st Street, and we're not right on 41st Street. We're in one of the inner circles of Lilies Cay. Right now, 1 lane east, 1 lane west on 41st Street. I need to understand, is it going to be increased to 2 lanes east, 2 lanes west with turning lanes and all those sort of things? Or are we going to be, like Andy said, when we tried to get out and make a left to go to the hospital, to go to the beach, are we going to be sitting there for minutes while we wait for the traffic to ease up where we can get out? Number 2, is there potentially going to be a traffic light if 11th Drive intersects 41st where we enter and exit from Lilies Cay? Is there going to be a traffic light there? Another thing, we're gated. There's probably room for 2 cars to exit or to enter Lilies Cay. While if Prime comes in and they need to put a code in, they're blocking that area as another car comes, and then another car tries to get in Lilies Cay, you've got a potential accident going to happen. It's just going to happen. Final thought, if the construction starts on this 620 or whatever construction project, where does the construction traffic, the earth-moving equipment, where do they come in? Where do they station? Where is all this going to happen? Because this is going to be over many years, 2, 3, 4, 5 years before this project is completed, I'll guarantee you. I guess, well, and then I think Andy made the point. The impact from a quality standpoint, from a pricing standpoint of the homes in Lilies Cay, Some people were fortunate, got in early and paid $490,000. Some people got in a little later and paid like $650,000. What's going to happen to the value of those investments with the density that will be changing in our little community? That's about all that I wrote down, and want to again appreciate the work that Andy and Tom did. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to come forward? Good morning.
My name's Jean Catchpole, 526 Fiddlewood Road, Vero Beach. I'm here to really talk about something a little different, but it does pertain to all future county developments, and apparently there's quite a few coming along that you're going to have to deal with. But I do want to make you aware that Debbie Mayfield's bill, SB 712, calls for new stormwater regulations to be formulated, and they are now being actually prepared by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection and the water management districts, and they will go before the 2021 legislature for approval. Now, these stormwater regulations are going to be more stringent than our current ones, and they will require probably a change in a lot of site plans because they're designed to retain more stormwater on the developer's property. As you know, especially this particular property does have some drainage problems, and I just want you to be aware that these regulations are coming, and consider them when you are permitting new developments in Indian River County. And I'm presenting this issue and part of the Indian River Neighborhood Association, who's obviously concerned with stormwater pollution. You know, it's a big factor in polluting our water bodies, and we do have to do a little more in managing our stormwater. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone
Come on
else?
down, sir.
Good morning. My name is Mr. Coolen, 1418 Little K Circle. Most of the questions I had were really answered by my fellow ownerships in Lily K's. There's not much I really could add to the questions they had. The one thing I'm really concerned about is the fact of the 11th Street going through to 37th Street. I think that if everybody feels conscientious and take everybody's consideration as far as their concerns, they would look at that, possibly moving that where it doesn't affect Lily K's residents making that left turn on 41st Street. I think it's a dangerous situation, and I think that commissioners here should really take a look at that. Since this is the time we can make some changes, I think it might be an opportunity to really look at that and see if we could move that either to the right from us, further down between maybe Bella Casa and us. I am not really prepared with the other questions because they were asked before. The one thing I have to say also is that as far as communication of the signs, I think it's ridiculous. GH Home has a big sign out there. There's a development going on there that's probably about 10 by 10 to let people know in red, to let people know there's a new site coming by GHO Home. I think sometime what I see here happening for the first time as a resident, I see sometimes that we're not really truly transparent with some of the things we're trying to do here. I think that's one thing that really bothers me. A 12 by 10 or 12 by 12 sign does not cut it. I think we have some flaws in the process. I recommended Mrs. Moss some of the questions that she was trying to get some more information and dissect some of the situations as far as getting into the nitty-gritty, helped us understand or trying to understand why some of these things are not really presented to the people that really are affected. We are affected, the homeowners. We are right on 41st Street. This is a big development. I still don't understand really but I know it's economics. Money talks. When money talks, the little people like us, usually we get, you know what? We live there. If you were in our shoes, you would think about the same thing. Your value of your homes, your quality of life. Some of the things that I'm questioning still is the visual aspect of this community. We talk about maybe going 2 stories high, 3 stories high. How high will we go? Do we have to look at this now? Where's Little Vero Beach? I believe in process and progress, but at the same time, we have to be very careful and be able to manage that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Just hanging out?
Hello, I'm Karen Bolay Wyderski. Excuse me, Wyderski. I live at 1407 Lilies Cay. My husband and I moved to Vero Beach in March of this year. He's a new internist and geriatrician here in Vero Beach. I'm a registered nurse, and one of the key points that I really do think needs continued emphasis is if this land gets let go of from a medical perspective, it really hurts the community. The comment was made, this land's been there and there's been really nobody approaching us, but we didn't have Cleveland Clinic before. And so I think that as we looked at, we wanted Cleveland Clinic to come in here, help us improve I used to live here. I used to be the vice president and director of the VNA hospice before my husband and I married and moved away. And we wanted to see better medical care. And to see better medical care, what Cleveland Clinic is not going to want to see is their facilities being pushed out west because the land near the hospital isn't available. So I do think that needs careful consideration, because when doctors want to be doing their office work, but they need to get to the hospital, they need that to be able to happen quickly and easily. So that's one thing that I would like to just be sure that we don't forget. Also, just a couple comments. It was said that people have to be curious and know to be curious to get these notices and to get these emails. I consider myself a really informed person. I try to be very informed, and I'm very curious. Just ask my husband. I got lots of questions. And I wouldn't have had a clue. I looked into it, but I didn't have a clue where to start. So I do think there's room for transparency, as I think you were getting at. The other thing that we've learned in this process is my husband and I live on the road, the northmost road of the Circle in Lilies Cay. We didn't receive the notice because we weren't 300 feet or yards, whichever one feet I think it is, just the very back side of our circle. So only the side of our circle that lives on 41st Street received a notice. That seems pretty ticky that, our whole community, when you're looking at this, shouldn't have been notified. And I would encourage you to really look at that notification process as well as the signs, because I do definitely agree a sign should be more the size of that screen up there so that people clearly see that there's proposed action going on here. So I would ask that you all would, as part of your jobs and your obligation to serve us as citizens, would consider that. I also spoke to a realtor recently who told me that in their opinion, multifamily housing will be the downfall of Vero Beach as we know it. I think that we do need to be really careful, not only dropping property values, which of course does concern us since we just made our home here, but the look and the feel of Vero Beach has always been much more quaint and a place that we're all really proud to be part of. And I do think that we need to keep in mind that multifamily housing, And I don't, at first it made it sound like it was just apartments, rental apartments. That would be horrible for our property value. If it's condos, it's a little better, but we're still talking, not apples to apples at all. So I think that multifamily housing, and it's not just me, I mean, realtors are talking about multifamily housing not really being very good for our community. I do think the safety issues, so I won't reiterate that. And I just thank you for a chance to express our concerns to you and trust that you can and will keep an open mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the public that wishes to speak? Good morning.
Morning, Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Joseph Paladin. I live at 6450 Tropical Way, Indian River County, Vero Beach. And as full disclosure, I am also a representative of a project known as South Prong that's owned by Bob and Susan Russell, which has nothing to do with Virginia Russell Properties. And also, I'm a board member on the RNA. So I wanted to have that known ahead of time. Now listen, I'm not in love with this project. I'm not. But they've done their job. I mean, they got the foremost land attorney in the area, Bruce Barquette, which I've dealt with for 20 years. Mosteller and Mueller, one of the premier engineering companies in the county. And they got a reputable TE, which is a traffic engineer, Rebecca McClaney, I believe it is. And she filled out, and she has full knowledge of the methodology used in these traffic reports. I have limited knowledge. Now, I reviewed the traffic reports. I have a couple questions on the traffic reports, like how they change from one traffic report to the other, but that gets an in-depth discussion on methodology, which I'm not going to bore you with. But she's a TE, and she filed that, so we have to go by those legal representations. So although I'd like to see this stupid, you got the hospital just down the street. So a piece of property is zoned medical. I mean, that really makes a lot of sense to me. So at first sight, it makes all the sense in the world. So the limited amount of multifamily and apartment rentals in the area, although as affordable housing and affordable usance for nurses and people that work in the medical center, makes a lot of sense. But the more of that we can convert to single-family homes, which I appreciate the changes that the Virginia Russell Properties coming forward with, and then the cost of the off-site developments that they're agreeing to, all of those are pluses that I do agree with. But the zoning, if we can preserve some of that medical zoning, and which having the reverter in effect kind of makes me think that might go back to some of that zoning in the future, I think that's a plus that I wouldn't be against. But again, the more single-family homes, the less density and intensity we have on that two-lane 41st Street Road, I think is better. And one of the things that Phil Matson said about our infrastructure, one of the things we passed about 10, 12 years ago when Bob Keating was in that position was something called interconnectivity with our projects. So we encouraged all developers, building developments in our county to have interconnectivity with other areas and roads and developments in the county, so it just wasn't a dead end and everything came out on the same road. So that makes a big difference in our infrastructure, and I agree with Phil, by the way. But anyway, my opinion is I'm not crazy about this project. I would like to see as many single-family homes, basically to keep the intensity and density down, and I would like to see some of this property, if possible, to be maintained as medical, because I think it's a perfect place for it. But they've done their job. They not only have concurrency, by the way, but they're also vested. That's a major thought process. They've paid their impact fees, they're vested. That means a lot. I mean, that means a lot. And having a concurrency certificate means they did everything that we want to require them to do, so it's hard for me to speak against them. But like I said, I'm not in love with this project, but legally, I really can't advise you legally, because I'm not an attorney, of course, and Mr. Barquette will claim to that. Anyway, that's my input, and if there's any question, anything I can do to help answer any questions, I will. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak regarding this decision? Seeing none, Commissioners, do you have any questions?
I have a couple more questions.
Okay.
Should I ask them now? Okay. Since height was mentioned, and I didn't see that in the report, what is the expected height of what will be built?
Sure, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Moss. The building height limitation for both the med as well as the residential would be 35 feet. It would be the same for either. It's not typical to see three-story single-family homes. It is typical to see three-story apartments, but also three-story medical buildings. So 35 feet equates to 3 stories.
Okay. And this has to do with the density issue. I'm gonna read a sentence or two because I wasn't clear on it when I read it, and this is part of what was posted on the website. It should also be noted that net density of an individual phase may exceed the maximum density of 8 units per acre for that specific portion of the overall PD project. However, the average density for the overall PD project will not exceed 8 units per acre. Could you explain that, please?
Absolutely.
And that, by the way, is on page 55, and it is the last 2 sentences.
Sure, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Moss. Yeah, that's part of the staff report. It's page 8 of the staff report. And so the way density works is it's based on the overall. So again, the cap is 8 units per acre at 80.5, which was the original project size before right-of-way dedication. You arrive at a maximum number of units. But when you put units within the overall project, where the actual buildings are located, if you draw a circle around just those buildings, you might have 100 units on only, say, 5 acres, which would be 20 units per acre. But the average spread across the project does not exceed, it's actually 7.75, not 8. They don't even get to their max. So it's locationally where it's located. If you could pull up my presentation, that the pod, again, if you just go to the conceptual, go 2 or 3 clicks over. Okay, right, that's fine. The pod in the southeast quadrant, which backs up to the medical, yeah, that's the 3-story multifamily apartment complex. It's 285 units, so it does exceed 8 units per acre in that particular area. But when you spread the density across, it's still less than 8 units per acre. In fact, if you go to the alternate, this gets you down to, say, 4 or so units. And I just want to point out one other thing. Let me grab the mouse real quick. If you just look at the sort of the logical order of, if my mouse will come up here. So again, this graphic doesn't do a great job, but immediately north of 41st Street is Casabella and Lily's Cay. You can see the 2 driveway cuts. So those are all single-family type developments. Under the townhome scenario, you would have townhomes, most likely 2 stories. And then you don't get to the real high or dense, intense type residential until you get down to the southeast quadrant. The southwest side could be a 2-story, 1-story, or 3-story. Furthermore, if you plug in the duplex and single family, those most likely will be single-story or 2-story at the most. So just from an order of natural progression from residential towards the hospital district, it does follow sort of a 1- and 2-story, then the higher intensity density stuff more towards the hospital commercial area.
And, can they change the plan? I know there are 4 phases. And could you please remind me which phase is that? The extra dense or the more dense?
Yeah, right. This would be the
Which
first
phase is that?
That would be the first phase.
That's the first phase. So that would be built first.
Correct.
Okay. And then, so that's pretty definite. Then after that, are decisions made after that about each of the other 3 remaining phases based upon what happens with that phase? How does it work, if you'd be so kind?
Right, so each phase would follow through the steps. So phase 1 would go back to the Planning and Zoning Commission as a preliminary PD.
I'm sorry, each phase?
Each phase.
Goes back to...
Or if they want to run phases 1 and 2 together, they can. But it does go back to the Planning and Zoning Commission. I want to be clear, it's not a public hearing like this, and it's not subjected to the notice provisions that the conceptual is. But it would go back to the Planning and Zoning Commission. There would be a signposting, and they would render that final decision. And then even beyond that, that sort of sets what we refer to as the horizontal plan. That sets the defined where the units are, where the roadways are, where, more detail. This is really just a bubble, so to speak, at this point. Once you get beyond that, I'm sorry, flip it around here. Where'd my process? Then staff reviews the land development permit, which is the construction drawings. Those are the real, true, definitive plans, down to how high the drainage structures are set and where the utility lines are run and everything like that.
So over what timeline would the 4 phases be built, if you know?
Once the project's vested and construction commences on the first phase, then the PD is set in time, and then it's market conditions.
But I mean, do you know over what time? The reason why I'm asking is, and thank you, I appreciate your clarifying it. Phase 1 being the most dense. Now, presumably, you're going to have the road, 11th Drive. So if we see, and I share the concern that's been expressed here today, and I'd like to review the traffic on 41st Street again, if you don't mind. But before that, my question is, since this is phase 1 and it's the most dense, you'll have 11th Drive. Would you, if we start to see a problem at that point, because you haven't built the others yet, 2, 3, and 4 are not built yet, is that correct?
Correct.
Do I understand it correctly? Okay. And each one is coming back to P&Z before it goes forward? So if you build phase 1, which is the most dense, you start to see a traffic problem on 41st, are you locked in at that point because it's planned development? Are you locked in? Are you bound to build it no matter what, even if it is creating a problem that had not been anticipated? Traffic problem.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Moss, depending on the amount of time, if it's within, say, a year, we probably would not revisit it because conditions would not have changed enough. But 2, 3, 4 years out, we would update the traffic study per phase.
Okay.
Let me add one other thing. If they're changing anything, if they're changing the unit types, if they're changing the unit numbers, that right away would cause them to have to update the study. The study is based on certain assumptions on certain unit types being in certain areas. If they start making changes, they'd have to update the study. And lastly, yes, if phase 1 is sort of the highest density component, there's a check and balance system where the density, they can't pull a fast one and then double the density on the other side as well. There is a cap, so.
Well, because I'm wondering, I know we're counting on this 11th Drive to handle the traffic, and that's the underlying assumption. But 41st Street, while I didn't drive it with this in mind, I know that that's a very busy road. What if that had to be widened? Look, I know from my own experience that it's taken 5 years just to get turning lanes lengthened, through MPO. So I understand it takes a very long time to get anything done. If we start to see that there's a problem on 41st, that's been mentioned a number of times here today, and I think that's a very legitimate concern, then what happens? What's the backup plan? Is there a backup plan? What do you do?
Again, we would reassess, depending on timeframes, we would reassess, and if it causes links or segments to fail, then they have to address those through our concurrency system.
So would the developer then have to widen 41st Street? I mean, how would they be required to address it?
If it rose to that level, yes. But I don't foresee this project in total rising to that level.
Okay, so if I understand it correctly then, if there is a problem with traffic on 41st Street, as we're going through these development phases, should this be approved today, then the developer would be required to widen 41st Street to alleviate that problem.
It would be required to do certain traffic improvements that are required. I wouldn't go so far as to say they have to widen 41st Street. They have to do intersection improvements, turn lanes, other means. More often, I mean, we haven't even widened 37th Street. This is an option to hopefully avoid that. And that's truly a much busier road. So the numbers would have to be much higher.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other questions? At this time, before we move, yeah. Uh, we've gone beyond that public hearing? Okay. At this time, we're going to take a brief recess. Thank you. Order, thank you. Please take your seats. Appreciate it.
Go ahead, yeah. Just,
Thank you all.
we might need to get a third keyboard.
The next item on this hearing is final presentations and argument, if they exist, by the county staff.
You want to repeat it just in case? What, we didn't hear, the last item is
The next item is
staff presentation.
final presentation by staff, if one exists.
I'm happy to answer any questions that you all have. And
So you have nothing further to add to
Correct.
this hearing? Okay. Do we have any final comments by the applicant? The applicant waives, thank you. At this time, I want to ensure that all of the documents and the tangible evidence, if any, and that was provided today, has been admitted into evidence and are in the hands of the clerk. Madam Clerk? You have documentation that was passed to you? Thank you, and that will be held. The county staff agenda and materials are automatically admitted into evidence unless there is objection. Is there any objection? Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing. Commissioners, we've heard a lot today. We've heard a lot of discussion. We've heard fact, and we've heard opinion. Do you have any comments today that we can discuss further before we make final deliberation and decision?
I could go ahead and start, Mr. Chairman, if you'd like. First thing, I'd like to urge everyone who was here, everyone who spoke, anyone concerned, is that there's still two other large parcels on the south side of 41st Street. And I know when I drove by there yesterday, there was a large for sale sign up, and I think it was Coldwell Banker. So if you're concerned what's going to be going in around you, what I would recommend is you leave your email with any of the staff members here and tell them that you have interest in anything that's coming up that's related to where you live, right south of 41st Street, because there's still two large parcels there and something will be happening at some time in the future. And that way, once you're in the system, when something does come up, they can shoot you an email, particularly when Ryan explained where they have a pre-app meeting or the technical review committee, which is very early in the process. And I believe it was Mr. Spalding who spoke that would like to be more engaged earlier. So the way to do that is to make sure staff has your email, make sure they know where your interests lie, and that way when these other parcels start seeing activity, then you can be notified. And as Ryan said, these are public meetings. They're not closed door. They're not private. And so you would be able to make comments and have input at that point in time. So I would strongly urge everyone here to give your email to Ryan. I think, you know, a lot of folks spoke about the traffic, and you know, I kind of look at things a little differently. So sometimes I think, you know, 2,000 trips was mentioned and what an impact that would be. You know, if you take 2,000 trips divided by 8 hours and then divided by 60 minutes, that's 4 trips a minute. So you're looking at a car going by, and then 15 seconds later, which if you're sitting at a stoplight, you know, if I'm at a red light, 15 seconds seems like forever, right? Because I'm waiting for it to turn green and I want to go. But that's going to be the average here. One car every 15 seconds. And that's only from 8 to 4. Okay, if we divide that out by 10 or 12 hours, you're down to 2 or 3 cars per minute. So it's not a big, 2,000 sounds like a big number, but when you break it down, it gets pretty small. And if this was medical, as staff, as Ryan mentioned, you're looking at about a 4 times increase in the amount of trips coming in and out of a medical facility. I know when I go to a doctor off 37th Street, It is a constant in and out of that door of the doctor's office. It's a revolving door, and they stack them in, they pound out. So if this stayed medical in some type of doctor's office or any use like that went in, and with 78 acres, it'd be a lot of different doctor offices, you would have a much, much higher traffic count and traffic issue. Some of you folks spoke about home values, and you know, I moved here back in '84, and you know, my wife says, you know, I wish we could have stopped everybody coming in after us and left it the way it was, with a lot of dirt roads and everything was open pasture or ag or citrus groves and all that. But unfortunately, we can't do that. And we have the comprehensive plan. We have the underlying land uses that entitle the landowner to certain things they can do with their property. And if we were to deny those vested rights for their use of their property, we would be facing lawsuit after lawsuit. So we have to kind of keep that in mind, that if there's an allowable use, and again, as was pointed out, they currently are allowed to do it 8 units per acre. What they're proposing here is 7.75 units per acre. The amount of open space is greater than what's required. So when we look at things like that, and we have to say, okay, this owner has certain vested rights to use their property, then we need to move forward with that. But through the PD process, we can get the maximum public benefit, such as the right-of-way dedications, the road improvements, the westbound left turn lane into Lily K is not a requirement. That's nothing the county could have required the applicant to do. I think they came in and said, well, we want to try to make a good project here, so we're going to go ahead on our own nickel, put in a left turn lane for Lily K if you're westbound turning left into Lily K. So when I look at all of these things in totality, I really have to say I think the applicant and staff have done a good job of bringing in a nice, feasible project. It is lower density than what they are currently allowed to do today. They are currently allowed to do today a higher level of density than what they're proposing with this rezoning, and I think that's favorable. And I hope nobody got too confused over the whole density issue, but again, remember, it applies to the entire parcel. But one phase may have 10 units per acre on it, but phase 2 might have the big stormwater pond on it, so it's only going to be 5 units per acre. And when you add all the phases together, you're at 7.75 for the entire parcel. So, and that's done, as Ryan said, as they come through with each phase, we make sure they stay under that 7.75. So, Mr. Chairman, I think that's all my comments, and I'll pass it on to Commissioner Ehrman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner O'Brien, you stole all my thunder. You said a lot of things that I wanted to say very eloquently, but I'm going to add to those.
He said it pretty eloquently.
He you know, well, that's the difference between many years of experience and somebody fairly new, but I have sat through many of these through being here for other issues. I've talked to a lot of people. I've known a lot of people in this community that have been through this process, and I too, you know, I've been born and raised here. There's been times that I said we don't need to stop anybody else coming into the county, but we can't do that. And it's you know, growth is inevitable. We just want growth to be smart and follow the rules that we've established. And I think the county has always done, in my lifetime, has always done a pretty good job of establishing the comprehensive plan that's followed pretty well, and staff has always done a pretty darn good job. We've had some community development directors now with Phil and in the past that have always made sure that that department has worked adequately and professionally and done the best job that they knew how, and I commend them for that. Like Commissioner O'Brien said, I do commend the developer for this and county staff with presenting a good plan. Not that I've read a lot of these in my lifetime, but I have the ability to understand and comprehend this, and it was very well written and very well drafted, and I thank staff for that, and I know the developer probably had a part of that, but Ryan, good job on this. I was able to understand it, and that's That's huge to me, especially as a new commissioner. I do have concerns, and I understand the people that live in Lily K and the other subdivision here. I understand their concerns with regard to traffic. I have my concerns with regard to traffic all the time because, like I said, I'm probably the lifetime resident on here other than Commissioner Adams, but I've been here longer than she has. But the fact that traffic just frustrates me sometimes, and when I get on 37th Street, when I have to go to a doctor's appointment, I have one there at 4 o'clock this afternoon, you're probably going to see me driving my truck and mumbling and grumbling, going, good God, what's with all this traffic here on 37th Street? But we're aware of that, and I think that that's something that hopefully, and Phil, correct me if I'm wrong, the MPO will probably address in the future with regards to 37th Street and 44th Street, I would think.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I would think so that we would do that. I do like the fact that the developer is what is going to add the turn lane into Lily's K. I think that's good, and we may need to look at a stoplight there someday, or definitely a stoplight on the 37th Street off 11 Drive. I think those are all possibilities. But overall, I feel this is a good plan. It's not like many others have been done in this county, and I'm proceeding to move on to a vote after I hear my other fellow commissioners. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Adams.
Thank you. I would echo my fellow commissioners' prior comments. I agree with all of them and think they were very well said. I commend staff on working through this process. You guys have done a great job today. The one thing I do like about this project is the fact that it has multi-use family involved. Multi-use family, multifamily development is something that we really need in this community and in this county. There's a lack of it, and irregardless of what other people think, not everybody wants to live in a single-family home, and not everybody can afford to live in a single-family home or have the resources to take care of a single-family home. Multifamily is not just apartments. It can be townhomes, it can be duplexes, it can be triplexes, it can be any number of things that are done in a very nice and beautiful way that add to the housing stock for our community. When we talk about affordable housing, as I know some of my other commissioners have been highly involved with, one of the things that's always pointed out is the lack of multifamily housing options in this community. So I'm very excited to see that moving forward. I think it's very compatible with the area and with the zoning that's there. And I think that sums up my comments at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Commissioner Moss.
Yes, to the community. I don't think the burden is on you to communicate with us. I think the burden is on us to communicate with you. And I'll review everything. We'll try to be more open, more transparent in the future. I'm sure, and this is not a criticism, so please don't get upset here. I'm sure that the statutes and regulations and whatever needed to be observed were observed. But we have home rule. And if we're not doing it to suit your needs and your desires, then we're not doing it right. That's what I think. And I appreciate that staff does follow the rules, but we need to take a second look, I think, at some of these things and make sure that they actually meet the needs of the community. And it was mentioned earlier that it's time now for a major overhaul, I think those were the words that were used, not my words, of the comprehensive plan. So I hope that not only all of you, but I hope that we can get more of the community involved in this. I think if people understand it better, the comp plan is who we want to be, all right? That's the essence of the comp plan, and we need to know that from you. What do we want this to be? What do you want? What do you want in Indian River County? What do you want our community to be for the future going forward? When I look at this, and yes, staff, I think, fulfilled all the requirements. This is a quasi-judicial hearing, as was explained earlier, so it's not a policy decision, unfortunately, because I have my doubts about this as a policy. But as quasi-judicial, where all the rules followed, was sufficient evidence presented, I believe that it has been. So as I said, I hope going forward, more people will be involved earlier on in these individual matters, and we'll try to make that happen. And then for the big picture, for the major overhaul of the comp plan, I'm going to try to find a way to invite the whole community to participate in that. I think it's really important. We live here. I understand you're here today because this is your life. This is your life that's on the line, how you're going to live your life, and you made an investment in that. And it's not just financial, it's how you feel about the place. And you don't want that to change. And I understand that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Morse. I want to thank everybody for coming here today and sharing your input and giving us a better indication of what you perceive and what we have done. We do have a process, and there are many meetings which they are public meetings before we get to this point. So in it to one question that, we're just hearing about this now. No, you all are here, so you heard about it, and it wasn't yesterday morning that you heard about it. This has been taking place, and I want you to know I do believe that the applicant probably has had to adjust before we got to this point, that I'm sure that this plan was a little even more complex, and that we have to appreciate staff looking through and getting us through those guidelines and getting us to where we are in compliance with our plans, our comprehensive plan. The changes. When we have, again, I'm humbly, the person to the left of me and the right of me are native born right here, okay? I don't know if you could tell by the accent, but I'm an immigrant, okay? Do we have, yeah, I know, you're surprised.
Amazing.
How many Indian River County native-born residents do we have in the audience? We have one. Okay, but yeah, you staff though. Okay, and yes, our county administrator too. That's the point. When we moved here, there was my wife and I and the children. There was somewhat. I live in Sebastian. There was some 14 vacant lots on the block. Okay, we have grown. Sebastian's grown. Vero's grown. Growth is not bad. Bad growth is bad. Good growth, quality growth. We're growing gracefully. And if that thought process didn't exist before y'all got here, how's that? Then you would not be here. I wouldn't be here. If they closed the gates, as Commissioner O'Brien said, it's often said, shut the gate, I'm here. That's not what we look at. We look at how we can grow in quality, not quantity. We don't need an abundance. We just need the right thing for the communities. And I get to that point, this is a medical area. And someone brought up, well, they have to get to, I think a registered nurse had commented that they have to be able to get to the medical facility and the doctors and all the support staff. The doctors are the smallest portion of the medical arena, okay? It's the frontline people that have to do day-to-day care that are in abundance. Well, where do they have to live? They have to live in affordable housing. They have to live in something that, yes, it's a few $100,000, but they have to live within arm's length of the community. This would be the perfect opportunity to do with some of this land. In addition, in traveling, they can be there sooner than just in arm's length of your community if those roadways are done properly, if there is proper traffic control. You have a turning lane. There should be enough ease to apply to have this as residential. As I said on the opening, I do believe that this is a reduction in traffic instead of an increase in traffic. All you have to do is go down to 37th and you'll experience it. Any time of the day from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., you're going to have a challenge. You won't have it with this because this is residential. It will be stretched out. Thank you, Vice Chairman O'Brien, for bringing out the timing sequence of the traffic. Someone else brought out some traffic about, look at all that we have. We have roadways, one after another. I believe it was an educator who stated, look at this, it's an F, an F, an F, a D. If you looked at traffic as if it was a parochial grade that we were in school, I wouldn't be proud of that. It wouldn't go on my refrigerator. Not an F, not a D. But those are terms that we associate with the flow of traffic, the timing of, Rich, let everybody know if I'm going beyond the scope of my abilities. That's the timing of the traffic, how long you wait and how long the distance between the cars and the flow. It truly is not a failure if you have a D. Most roadways are C and D. Most of them clarify, is that correct, Rich? Most of our roadways are C and D. We don't have A roadways. An A roadway is something in the middle of the pond. That's how many cars can go through there. That's no resistance, no timing, and it's even flow. So when you look at these are appropriate in what you're accustomed to probably every day. If you want to know what an F minus is, I did get to the grade, you want to go to, no matter what we do, 58th and 60th during the holiday season will always be a congestion challenge. No matter what, I'd have to ask Phil and Rich where we are rated today, but they are challenges. And that roadway has been continually improved. The traffic display has been improved, the traffic control, and the lighting and the roadway. So I want to look at this in a fair and open mind, but we can't look at the opinion of we can't grow. When there's objections, I indulge to hear them. We can get through this, and I think that this project, the only concern I have with the project is that you have duplexes involved. And that, again, while it gives affordability, it might be a little bit more congestion. That's the only alert that I get in my head about the project. As far as somebody mentioned about comps, you can't compare this project with the residents that you purchased in your area. It's just not a comparison that would fly. I'm not a realtor. You have to compare apples with apples and oranges with oranges, and it would not compare, it would not devalue your home. That's what I have. Thank you. Commissioners, we have to come to...
Mr. Chairman, I'd go ahead and make a motion that we approve staff recommendation for the conceptual PD with the 6 conditions that are listed in the backup from staff.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Vice Chairman O'Brien, seconded by Commissioner Adams. Any further discussion by commissioners? Seeing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously, 5-0. Thank you. This is probably a good time to take a second break.
Sure, that's fine.
Yeah, so the property's there.
We're also going to take an additional recess. Thank you. The meeting will now be called back to order. Thank you all. Just take your seats. We're now looking at item 10A, which is the Shadowbrook Subdivision Water Assessment Project, Resolution 3, a public hearing and utility easement. We'll start with staff.
Good afternoon. For the record, Vincent Burke, Director of Utility Services. The county has a set number of procedures that it has to go through with respect to an assessment project to where you have benefiting property owners that are paying for a water main. We have about 5 or 6 slides to just run through this to show what has happened here. We can just advance it. So how we got here, just a quick history. The initial request from the property owners was received by our staff to evaluate the feasibility of running a county water main in the Shadowbrook subdivision on February 2020. Staff brought an item to the board on July 7th to seek authorization to begin the design and to hire a surveyor to go through and look at the topographic to find out where the existing wells are located and where the water services are entering the homes. On October 20 of this year, staff brought and got board approval for Resolution 1, the providing, and Resolution 2, the setting of the time and place for today, December 8th, which is the public hearing. So you can see in the Shadowbrook subdivision, there's quite a few homes that are on the eastern side, or the right-hand side of the screen, and the southern side of the subdivision. Those properties have the ability to either obtain water or are already connected to water. So they are kind of excluded from the benefiting property owners and are outside the purview today. What remains are 15 properties within the dashed lines. We have received 14 in favor and 1 dissenting vote. Initial cost estimates, not only for the construction, but the design, engineering, administrative, and permitting costs, comes to about $126,000. Equitably split between the 15 property owners, that is an assessment cost of $8,400 per property owner. You'll see that we do have a 20-inch water main on the right side of the screen on 58th Avenue, otherwise known as Kings Highway. The intent of the design is to tap off that line, go into the 6-inch line, install 2 hydrants, and then neck that down to 4-inch lines to where the cul-de-sacs are on the properties. There's financing charges. Currently, the rate as set by the Board of County Commissioners each January is at 4.75%. And just so this is for illustration purposes, the assessment cost, if one chose to amortize that over a 10-year period, would amount to just over $10,594, again at the 4.75% APR. The water impact fee, which is a wholly separate fee for the transmission and capacity charge, is currently set at $1,300 per ERU. If a property owner chose to amortize that over a 5-year term or 60 months, it comes to about $1,462. So in all, the total cost per customer is just over $12,000, which they can finance. They can also choose to prepay this at any time without any penalty if they choose to do so. And so as part of this process, you'll notice in the backup that there is also a utility easement. Currently, the roads inside the Shadowbrook subdivision are private. That means they're not owned or maintained by the county, but we are seeking permission today to obtain authorization to run a water main for utility purposes within the Shadowbrook subdivision. So as part of this process, we have attachment number 3, which is the utility easement that we're looking for approval as well. So staff recommends that the board open up the public hearing, and after receiving input either for or against this project, consider adopting resolution number 3 with any revisions based on that input, and accept the easement for utility purposes as described and attached to the agenda. Certainly available for any questions that the board may have with respect to this issue.
Commissioners, do we have any questions of staff before we open up the public hearing?
No, Mr. Chairman.
No, thank you.
Seeing none?
Thank you.
We'll now open up the public hearing. Thank you very much, sir. Public hearing is now open. Please come to the podium and state your name and address for the record. We appreciate you.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
My name is Larry Cherry. I'm a homeowner in the Shadowbrook subdivision, 5860 34th Street in Shadowbrook. This has been a long process. We have talked among ourselves. There is some dissent, one that's not part of it, but the rest of us are ready to go forward with this. It is a long process, and the subdivision's been there a long time. And some of the originals have been there for 42 years. So a lot of us are looking forward to this, to get on the county system. So we just wanted to show our support. And I know some people have sent emails in and things of that nature in other meetings. I don't think there was before this one. But other than that, that's where we are. We certainly hope we can move forward with this. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for your input. I just want you to know that unlike the quasi-judicial hearing, we can read those emails, we can take those phone calls, and they most certainly have been encouraging that the community has come together with little exception. Again, we require a certain threshold before we can move forward, and your community has gone well beyond that threshold. So we thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak? No one else wishing to come forward? Public hearing is now closed.
Mr. Chairman, just for Commissioner Moss and Ehrman's sake, usually on these type of petition projects, we like to get a 67% in favor of the project to move forward, and this project clearly more than exceeds that. So customarily, that's kind of where we try to end up. And just with that, I'll go ahead and move that we adopt Resolution 3 and accept the easement for utility purposes.
Second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you all. Thank you, staff. Next item is a request to speak from Jacqueline A. Grady regarding the release of property from a lien from 1926 4th Avenue.
Good afternoon. I'm appearing
Is Ms.
here.
Brady here?
Everyone hear me?
Good morning, Ms. Grady.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Thank you for having me. I appreciate your time. My name is Jacqueline Grady. I own a law firm in Florida called Grady Legal. I'm also licensed in Pennsylvania for over 20 years. My spouse and I, in September, put in a contract to purchase the property at 1926 4th Avenue. We wanted to be closer to family. I've been coming to Vero Beach for 25 years as my parents live here. And we got the contract, we did the inspection going forward, and we find out that the seller has a little bit of a history with the county and apparently has some court costs in the amount of $55,000 and a restitution lien in the amount of $173,000 in which he's obligated to pay the county. We were assured by the title attorney that that was not an issue, as the seller was willing to part with all proceeds from the sale of the house to go towards these debts that she owes the county. Again, I don't know that. That's something that I was told. And that the result would be that the county would have to execute a specific property release that would release the property upon receipt of whatever funds were gained from the sale, and we would have clear title and could close on the property. At 3 o'clock on the day I was supposed to close, I received a call from Mr. Reingold in which he informed me that the county was not going to execute this release, and that the seller, because of her criminal history, I guess, could sit in the house and rot. And I was a little perplexed by that. I'm a lawyer. I don't do criminal law. I don't do real estate law, but I know enough, I think, to be dangerous. I started reaching out to colleagues of mine who do real estate law as well as criminal law. And I cannot find any legal authority why the county cannot accept the funds from the sale of the house as partial payment, not releasing the seller from her continued obligations to make these amounts whole. And when I looked at the math, the county is owed $228,000 from the sale of the house. They were going to receive at least $150,000. Again, those are sort of ballpark figures, give or take, a couple $100. That is a substantial amount that was going to go into the county's coffers, and it did not eliminate or release the seller's responsibility to continue making her payments. I cannot find any legal authority or actually common sense to say why the county can't cooperate and sign this piece of paper releasing the property so I can buy it and have clear title. So that's why I decided to attend today's meeting, and I appreciate your time and consideration. And I either would like some explanation as to why the county is doing this, or what will it take to get it resolved. We now have pushed back that closing that was supposed to happen October 30th. It's supposed to happen Friday. So I would like to try to get this resolved so that we can close on Friday and get moved in. We've incurred a lot of damages as far as moving costs, storage costs, this, that, and the other. And so we just would like some explanation. And I understand Mr. Reingold is here, and perhaps we can figure this out, and everybody can get this resolved and move on happily. Thank you.
Counselor, thank you for your input today as far as your civil relationship with the seller. The county will not impart their presence in that process. However, there is some existence of a foundation for what has occurred up to this point, but I'm going to turn this over to Councilor Reingold, as there is a silver lining to today's presence.
So, thank you very much. I've been actually working with Lisa, who has been representing, sorry I don't have Lisa's last name off the top of my head, but I've been working with Lisa, who's been representing Miss Janes, who is the property owner. The most recent conversations we've had together is that actually Lisa has proposed that actually Jill Janes is going to, as part of this sale, completely satisfy the county's restitution order, which is in the rough amount of $173,000. Additionally, there's a separate roughly $55,000 restitution order of court costs, which is to a slightly separate entity. But as part of our discussions, and I really appreciate working with Lisa on this, as best she says, we're going to get paid off the $173,000 restitution lien in full. I think that's a really good place for the county to be. And basically, I just want to get consensus from the board that if that does happen this week or next week, whenever it gets done, that the board authorize the chair to sign the restitution, the release or whatever documentation of the release of the restitution when paid in full. And with that, I turn it back over to the chair.
Thank you. You understood, Counselor?
Yes.
Okay, very well.
My understanding is if it was paid in full, that's just the satisfaction's recorded. I mean, there's not even a release. I think the issue prior, back in October, was that it was not going to satisfy the full amount, but it was just going to release the property from future collection efforts. It did not release Ms. Janes from any future obligations. There was a little bit of a gap in what was going to get paid and what was, still going to be owed. So I don't know if the partial or the property release is necessary if it's paid in full. Either way, I mean, if that happens, great for the county, great for the taxpayers to have that restitution paid in the restitution lien paid in full. My concern is if that doesn't come to fruition for whatever reason, I still don't know why the county can't accept, $95,000 towards that $173,000 restitution lien, and she's still obligated to pay the remainder.
Well, thank you, Counselor, but we're not negotiating that today. Our focus is on hearing you today, and I believe that we have addressed your concerns. You'll be made whole. You'll have a home, and the good doctor will also have her sale, and the county will be made whole from previous obligations. And if we allow the counselors to do the remaining work, this should be done in short order, and we thank you. But we will not negotiate any settlement.
there's no that's the thing, it's not a negotiation, it's just, it's a matter of law, accepting money or not accepting the money. I just, that's where I'm confused, and I have not gotten an answer to that, either from Mr. Reingold prior to today or, today. I mean, I don't see an avenue for the county to not accept any money, if Miss Janes was unable to pay the full amount.
Yes,
And
thank you, Council.
I'm just, what's been uncomfortable for me is I've been trying to work with the seller. That's the person who we have the lien with. The buyer's been trying to interject and try to negotiate with me separate from the seller. I don't know what other to do than just simply work with the seller, work with the seller's attorney, resolve the issue as I've talked about, and then all the parties can move forward and the sale can happen. But it's awkward to try to then negotiate with multiple parties as part of this deal.
Thank you, Counselor. I appreciate your input today. Is she still with us?
I said thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm still here.
We have someone else with their hand raised. It's not typical for someone to comment
Yeah.
on someone else's.
Yeah, no.
We don't-
no.
We don't do comment on
We have a
public discussion.
request to speak by Counselor. We've satisfied that request, and we are now moving on. Okay.
Was there at least consensus to authorize the chair to sign any sort
Yes,
of release or when all the money's paid? Great.
Do we have
Fantastic.
consensus, Commissioners?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
We're moving forward, then I'll be signing the agreement, and it will take place as swiftly as possible. Thank you. All right, the next item on the agenda is the research review phase of the Indian River County Lagoon Management Plan, update number 2.
Commissioners, Rich Perkin,
Good afternoon.
Indian River County Public Works Director. Back in 2016, the board adopted an outline for developing a lagoon plan. It was going to be done in 4 separate phases, as there were 17 items on that list, and we're going to delve into the research of all these items. So today, Molly is going to present you with phase 2, which includes the ecosystem functions and habitat use, harmful algal blooms, state and regulatory review of the rules, total nitrogen and total phosphorus, and land use changes. So with that said, I'm going to turn it over to Molly so that she can give you a presentation.
Good afternoon, Molly.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Molly Kleinpeter, and I'm the Lagoon Plan Environmental Specialist for Public Works Coastal Division. And as Rich and everyone has mentioned, I'm here to give you the second update to the research review phase of the Indian River Lagoon Management Plan. The topics that we'll be discussing today are ecosystem functions and habitat use, part 2, harmful algal blooms, state and regulatory review of rules, total nitrogen and total phosphorus, and then land use changes, which is also a part 2. First, in ecosystem functions and habitat use, we're going to discuss mangroves. Mangrove fringes are common along the county shoreline, and we typically have 3 different types of mangroves in our area. The first is the red mangrove, which can be found at or above mean sea level. The second is the black mangrove, which is typically found in the upper portions of the intertidal zone. And finally, the white mangrove, which is found on higher ground where soil is seldom flooded. As you can see in the picture up on the top, it has kind of the progression of the different mangroves. There is a 4th unofficial type of mangrove called buttonwood. It is not a true mangrove, but it typically is found in adjacent to mangroves. So throughout history, 85% of mangrove forests were lost lagoon-wide. The good news that comes out of that, though, is that most of the mangrove forests that are still around are around in this county. We have done a very good job of preserving the mangroves and making sure they have suitable habitat. Mangroves are susceptible to natural and human-induced impacts, such as coastal development, which clears them obviously to develop and create homes and things like that, the manipulation of water management practices. Mangroves rely heavily on a mixture of salt water and fresh water, and any kind of alteration in that flow can affect the salinity balance, which then affects their ability to survive. Exotic vegetation can outcompete these mangroves, so mostly Australian pine and Brazilian pepper are what we see in this county. Also, marine debris is a big harmful thing to them because marine debris, such as fishing lines or trash or things like that, can get wrapped up in their root system. And their root system is greatly used by many different organisms. It's a great ecosystem, kind of mini ecosystem for a bunch of different organisms. And this debris can also harm those organisms. Sea level rise and warming temperatures are also problematic towards them. Mangroves will shift inland as their habitat changes, and depending on what's inland, such as if it's a home or if it's a seawall or something that is a hardened structure, these mangroves will not have anywhere to move and survive, thereby destroying the mangrove habitat that is present. And then finally, hurricanes are a big impact that they also face. Mangroves may be sheared by hurricanes and or smothered by the accumulation of soil or organic matter over the roots. Therefore, they can't breathe, they can't survive, and then the mangroves die. Next, we're going to talk about spoil islands and their importance to bird populations. So spoil islands were created in the 1940s and 1950s by dredging the Intracoastal Waterway. The spoil, or the dredged material, was placed on top of natural islands in order to enhance them, or they were placed on, or they were used to create new islands. Dredged materials now typically are transported to upland storage sites and are not typically used to sustain kind of natural islands that are already present. Not that it doesn't occur, but it's just not as typical nowadays. Within the county, we have approximately 104 spoil islands, and these islands are designated as either public or private, and are then further designated for conservation or for recreational use. Most are managed by FDEP's Indian River Lagoon Aquatic Preserves Office, but the county does manage a few of them, such as the Lost Tree Island Conservation Area, which has 3 different islands that the county manages. So I mentioned previously that they're either classified as conservation or recreational use. So conservation islands are islands with special protection because of the benefits they serve to the conservation of important lagoon species. Boaters should not access these islands because it could hurt those species. And then recreation islands should be accessed by boaters, that's what they're there for. They can be used for human recreation, such as picnicking or camping or sitting out and just enjoying the lagoon. So spoil islands within the lagoon support the majority of bird rookeries in its system. So within the county, some of the most important and most productive rookeries can be found in the Pelican Island National Wildlife Refuge Spoil Island System, and it can be found in spoil islands located at the mouths of the North and the South Relief Canals. Now, this is not a coincidence. The canals do provide a good food source for these birds, which is believed to be why they have chosen those and why they are so productive and continue to be productive. And it's kind of hard to tell because we're a little bit far away as to not disturb the birds, but there are, you see the little white speckles mixed in with the trees. Those are birds that are roosting and nesting on an island. So these birds and the islands both face their own kinds of threats. Erosion and increasing water levels are a threat to the islands themselves. Islands have been disappearing and deemed unusable due to erosion and or being consumed by water. So islands will typically erode on the side that's closest to the ICW and will accrete on the side that's opposite of the ICW. However, it's been seen that the accretion rates are not being able to keep up with the erosion rates, and couple that with rising waters and higher water levels, sometimes these islands just disappear, making them completely unusable for different bird populations. Invasive exotic vegetation is also a problem for these islands and for the birds. So the islands are being overtaken by Australian pine and Brazilian pepper. Once again, we've talked about them before, but they are a threat to those islands because they don't have as deep of a root structure and don't hold on to the sediments as well. And so during like a hurricane or something like that, they can get knocked over a lot easier than a native vegetation would. And then as far as birds are concerned, most natural native bird populations like to nest on native vegetation. There is a very small subset of birds, of native shorebirds, that will nest on exotic vegetation, so it's not so good for the native bird populations if we want to sustain them in the future. So coastal development is also a threat to the birds. So the loss of habitat and pressures from humans have been impacting birding populations. So typically, these birds like to nest on the beach, but as coastal development occurred over time, they started nesting more so on the spoil islands. But between things like boaters and then coastal development and the loud noises and interactions like that have pushed them now onto nesting on rooftops, which are more into the county, and that's obviously not what we want. They're not supposed to be nesting on rooftops. That's not an ecosystem for them to be thriving in, but they have kind of been pressured into doing this. And then finally, monofilament or fishing lines are a huge threat to the birding population. So primarily used in fishing, birds can become entangled, which prohibits their abilities to fly, leading to a slow death. So I actually got this picture when I was out helping DEP Aquatic Preserve in their bird surveys. It is a bird wrapped up in monofilament that is hanging from a tree. So what happens is a fisherman will hook a bird on accident, and typically the easiest way and not the correct way is to cut the line. Then you don't have to worry about it, you just put a new hook on and you're good to go. But that is not the best practice. The best management practice is to reel in that bird, try to unhook it, untangle the bird, and then continue on your way, assuming the bird isn't greatly damaged. If it's greatly damaged, then that's when FWC can get involved. But sadly, it happens frequently in the lagoon. The birds will become entangled. It's a slow death. It's not pretty. They can't eat. And what's especially bad about it is that they're entangled, and they could possibly entangle another bird, which will then just continue on as a flowing effect if the monofilament is a long enough line. So what we kind of recommend is that when you do have line, so you do untangle the bird, and if your line is, you cannot reuse it, there are many FWC monofilament recovering and recycling tubes around the county. They're at various popular fishing spots. This picture was taken over by Riverside Park at one of their fishing docks. And you can use this to discard damaged or used lines. And they recycle them. They have a whole website about it if you're interested in learning more. But it's a very good program that should definitely be utilized by fishermen throughout the county. Next, we're going to talk about various species of concern. So we picked out manatees, dolphins, and sea turtles to discuss for these species of concern. The sea turtles that we find in the lagoon are the same that we find on the beach. So loggerheads, leatherbacks, and green sea turtles are mostly what we see. As far as those turtles themselves, we mostly see juvenile green sea turtles within the lagoon, using it as kind of a forage ground and using it as a safe haven for while they're in their juvenile stage. They also face numerous threats, including habitat degradation due to development, pollutants of emerging concern, and these are pollutants that do not have assigned regulatory standards, and only recently have we had the technology to test for them. And this is something like antibiotics. FAU Harbor Branch just released a study not too long ago about antibiotics that they found within dolphin communities in the lagoon. And so that is an example of one of these pollutants of emerging concerns. Also, boat strikes. As manatee populations have grown throughout the county, boat strikes have become the leading cause of death, which is very unfortunate, especially when we have things like manatee zones in order to protect these manatees. Disease is also an issue that they face. It has been found that dolphins in the northern portion of the lagoon have greater health issues when compared to dolphins in the southern portions of the lagoon, and this is thought to be due to water quality concerns. Also, a study found that approximately half of the green sea turtles in the lagoon suffer from fibropapillomatosis tumors, or FP tumors, which is those big, nasty, kind of pinkish tumors that we've all heard and seen about. And this can be correlated to poor water quality. What's interesting, though, is that this study found that compared to other areas around Florida, that these juvenile green sea turtles, even with the tumors, were still growing to be about the same size as the turtle populations that did not have as high of a percentage of these tumors. And this is thought to be due to the lagoon habitat and how it's such a good foraging ground for them, that they're still able to grow and be productive. So, as a county, we should discourage the placement of hardened structures along the lagoon's shoreline, and this is for the protection of the mangroves and the protection of the mangrove fringe. We should provide education to boaters and visitors about the spoil islands, including the difference between recreation and conservation islands. A lot of visitors and even some boaters that frequent the county don't understand that there's a difference in the type of spoil island. You can't just happily go on any kind of spoil island and not have an impact on it. And many people also aren't aware that the Aquatic Preserves Office does actively manage these islands and actively promote a Leave No Trace program, which means if you take anything onto those islands, you take it right back out, including trash, food, human excrements, anything. The county should continue to provide education to anglers on the dangers of monofilaments to birds. And we should also encourage the designation of important bird rookery islands as critical wildlife areas. This designation gives them a different level of protection and a different level of protection by FWC law enforcement, as well as specific signage during either bird nesting season or throughout the whole entire year if it's deemed important enough. And this is through the FWC program. And then we should encourage collaboration and studies of impacts human actions have on various species of concern, because who doesn't love to go out on the lagoon and see manatees or dolphins or sea turtles? I mean, they have cruises that you can book specifically to see these things. And we would hate for those populations to decline because of any kind of human impact or action. So one interesting kind of data compilation I found through all my data digging was this is the Indian River County inshore sea turtle stranding kind of data system. So this data is from 1986 to 2020. So this is as of August 19, 2020. From 1986 to 2014 is FWC data, and then 2015 on is Indian River County data. And the data we have is not a complete profile, but it does still paint a picture kind of what we've been seeing throughout the years. So there is an increasing trend of the reported inshore strandings. And whether this increasing trend is from an increase in public education and awareness on the procedures of reporting a stranded turtle, or from an actual increase in the number of stranded turtles each year, has not been determined. There is also often a bias in the locations of reported strandings, as they are often reported in areas more heavily used by the public. So whether this correlates to the areas being more prone to strandings because of human influences, such as boat strikes, because they are more popularly visited areas, or because the public uses these areas more, so a stranded sea turtle is more likely to be found and reported, is inconclusive. So something like that would be interesting kind of in the future to see what exactly is going on and whether the education is benefiting us and that we are able to get out to those sea turtles and help them, or if it's just because of human use and human action. And so in this graph, you can see the green are the green sea turtles. And like I said, they are more so heavily used the lagoon, so that is why they make up the majority of the kind of the colors you're seeing. The blue are loggerheads. The red is a hawksbill, which is only from 1994. Yellow are leatherbacks, and then orange were unknown. Next, we're going to go into harmful algal blooms. So the lagoon is home to a wide variety of algal communities that exist relatively unnoticed under healthy conditions. Whether it's healthy, whether it's not healthy, if you go out in the lagoon and you sample for algae, you will find algae because algae is an important part of that ecosystem in order to sustain it. However, stressors from the environment can trigger the excessive production of algal communities, and these stressors include increasing nutrients, changing land use practices, development, and issues related to climate change. So these blooms are created from a combination of factors, such as dry periods followed by periods of rain, warmer temperatures, water residence times and flushing through the inlets, nutrient limitations, and nutrient flux rates. So the county has more consistent flushing from inlets, which is beneficial for us when it comes to harmful algal blooms. So the water residence time, which is essentially how long the water stays in the system before it's able to be flushed out of an inlet, in Vero Beach is approximately 10 days, and in Sebastian is approximately 5 days, which is much smaller than the residence times to the north and to the south of us. So that kind of acts as a buffer system for us when it comes to algae blooms and unhealthy water conditions. So a study conducted by the University of Florida over a 10-year time period showed that the different sections of the lagoon are impacted differently by the species of algae produced and the amount of nutrients received. So the Central Lagoon, which is our area, has more consistent freshwater inflow with more of an agricultural influence, Our blooms are typically associated with expanding human development and population growth, and total phosphorus was seen to be more of a driver for our algal blooms. However, understanding algal blooms is complex and not well understood. It's created from a combination of factors that it has to hit that sweet spot and then it triggers an algal bloom. And kind of understanding when specifically that sweet spot is hit is a complex topic. We must look beyond the lagoon itself. So our lagoon receives sources of groundwater, ocean water, fresh water, that all combine to make up the system that we have. And of course, water and nutrients do not understand county boundaries or municipal boundaries or anything like that. So we have to look beyond our county to kind of understand, what are the counties to the north doing? What are the water conditions in the south doing to kind of premeditate if we're going to have an issue coming up? We need to monitor algal communities to understand if their concentrations are increasing, and we need to be on guard and be prepared for a possible bloom, as well as encourage residents to continue adherence to the fertilizer and landscaping ordinance in hopes of reducing nutrient concentrations going into the lagoon that were not present naturally. We should also encourage continued research, because like I said, it's a very complex topic. There are many great researchers out there studying it and trying to understand mitigation efforts, but it's still ongoing, and we should definitely continue to encourage that. And then continue to participate in forums and discussions, as well as continue to update the harmful algal bloom management plan. So the county does have a harmful algal bloom response plan that was created in 2018 in response to the red tide event that had happened on our beaches. However, that is the only algal bloom event that it covers. So we hope to be proactive by updating that plan to include some freshwater algal blooms like blue-green algae and things like that, other types of events that might happen within our county, so that we're proactive and not reactive to the situation. Next, I'll go over state and regulatory review of rules. So the county must follow numerous rules and regulations in order to protect the lagoon. I will hit on a few of the important ones in this slide. So the first is the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permits. So this requires the county to implement programs and practices to control polluted stormwater runoff, and it's run through FDEP. Next are environmental resource permits. These are issued by FDEP and the water management districts, so in this county would be St. Johns River Water Management District. These permits are issued for activities that alter natural water flow or increase the quantity of stormwater runoff and are intended to prevent adverse flooding, manage surface water, and protect water quality, wetlands, and other surface waters during new development or construction activities. So these can be issued to single-family homeowners, or this can be issued to huge kind of mega, developments or strip malls going in, anything of that nature. We also have various county ordinances that are in place to protect the lagoon and protect stormwater runoff. Next, I'm going to go into total maximum daily loads. So total maximum daily loads, or TMDLs, were adopted in March 2009 because the Indian River Lagoon was deemed impaired by nutrient concentrations, which has led to a decrease in seagrass coverage. And this was given to us, or assigned to us, by FDEP. So a TMDL represents the maximum amount of a pollutant that a surface water can absorb and still meet the established water quality standards that protect human health and aquatic life. After a TMDL is established, BMAPs, or Basin Management Action Plans, are created to act as blueprints for restoring impaired waters by requiring the reduction of pollutant loadings to meet the allowable loadings established in a TMDL. So in the county, we fall under the Indian River Lagoon, Central Indian River Lagoon Basin Management Action Plan. So this was adopted in February 2013, and at that time, no assigned allocations were determined based on FDEP's evaluation of the area based on seagrass present. So the BMAP is currently under revision, and staff has ongoing efforts with DEP to try to communicate our stakeholder and our opinion in things. And a final version by FDEP is supposed to be published by the end of December, so we will see kind of how that goes and what comes of it. Next, I'm going to move on to the statewide ruling on biosolids. It's currently under revision, and DEP is developing these amendments to assure the proper management, use, and land application of biosolids to protect waters of the state from nutrient pollution and in a manner that minimizes the migration of nutrients to prevent the impairment of water bodies. Finally, I'm going to go into Senate Bill 712, also known as the Clean Waterways Act, which was recently became effective July 1st, 2020. So this Senate bill takes a step towards protecting water quality and conserving natural resources in the state by minimizing impacts of known sources of nutrient pollution. So some of these changes cover on-site sewage treatment and disposal systems, wastewater treatment, stormwater, agriculture, biosolids, fines and penalties, water quality monitoring, bottled water, and golf courses. So the county should continue input during rulemaking workshops, which we do actively do. We should also continue communication with DEP throughout the BMAP process. The county has always been proactive in creating nutrient-reducing regional scale projects. Required reductions set by the updated BMAP anticipated at the end of the year will greatly influence future projects implemented by the county. And then we should also continue awareness and involvement as rules and regulations change. So for example, this was pulled from the most recent draft document that we've received of the BMAP. And in the highlighted section, you can see it says that DEP and the water management districts are planning to update the stormwater design and operational requirements and environmental resource permit rules and incorporate the most recent scientific information available to improve nutrient reduction benefits. So this will impact the county as well as impact the permits that we give out to landowners and construction companies and things like that. Next, we're going to go into total nitrogen and total phosphorus. So total nitrogen and total phosphorus do get a bad rap because of their association with harming the water quality and causing algal blooms. But organisms in the lagoon need these nutrients to survive in their habitats and are required for certain life processes that these organisms have. So for example, in this graph, you can see that the fish eats the food, they process the nitrogen, which goes into the soil, and then gets uptaken by the plants. So it's a full life cycle kind of beneficial nutrient for these organisms within the lagoon. It's also beneficial to us. I mean, we need nitrogen, we need phosphorus, same goes for organisms. These concentrations in these nutrients become bad when there's an excess amount of them. So potential sources of excess nutrients are fertilizer, stormwater runoff, wastewater treatment facilities, erosion, atmospheric deposition, and septic tanks. From the picture, you can see that there are various point and non-point sources of pollution that do impact our waterways. Excess concentrations can create algal blooms and result in low dissolved oxygen and decreased light transmittance, which harms plant and other organisms. Most areas of the lagoon are sensitive to sudden influxes of nutrients because of the long residence times. So as I had mentioned previously, our county typically sees lower residence times because we are so close to two inlets to the north and to the south, but other portions of the lagoon do not have that benefit. Seagrasses act as a good indicator of excess nutrients within the system. Seagrasses cannot grow and survive without appropriate levels of nitrogen and phosphorus in their ecosystem. It's often difficult to determine the critical nutrient concentration or like the minimum amount of nutrient that these seagrasses need because it will vary among species and with changes in growth conditions. As you can see in this graph that's up here, you can have all the light in the world, and if you don't have enough nutrients, that seagrass will still be stunted and will not be able to grow to its full potential. As you add more nutrients into the system and you find that happy medium, that's where you get your healthy seagrass beds and your productive ecosystems. However, as nutrients increase and light decreases, macroalgae will start to take over the system, which will then lead to a takeover of microalgae, which is where we see those harmful algal blooms occurring. Finally, Indian River County conducts weekly water quality samples and has created regional scale nutrient reducing projects to help combat total nitrogen and total phosphorus that might be input into the system. So Indian River County Utilities and Stormwater both collect water quality samples from their canals and from their regional scale projects. Various other entities monitor lagoon water once it's actually in the lagoon. So for example, DEP, St. Johns River Water Management District, Harbor Branch, and numerous others sample the water once it's actually in the lagoon to see how that is doing. And we can compare that with how our samples are reading. So the county would benefit from monitoring of groundwater nutrient concentrations. This would be beneficial to regulatory agencies in setting nutrient criteria because it plays a very important role in BMAP calculations. Studying legacy loading to the lagoon would also benefit the county so that we understand how excess nutrients are being added to the system from historical land uses, as well as studying sources and concentrations of nutrient fluxes into the lagoon. We should support studies of atmospheric deposition, such as one that the Indian River Lagoon National Estuary Program has been ongoing for a few years now. And then we should also continue education of visitors and residents on proper nutrient management, such as following the fertilizer ordinance. And finally, our last topic is land use changes, part 2. So Indian River County regulates stormwater runoff through local ordinances and the issuance of stormwater management system permits for construction projects. And this picture up on the slide is the first page of one of these permit applications that we receive from various. So state water quality standards are established by DEP, and they are regulated at a state level review process for these permits, but the county determines if treatment is appropriate to maintain those levels, and that is kind of the major role that we play in this. The county should continue to enforce and update stormwater management related ordinances as new practices and technologies emerge, such as what I showed you from the draft the draft BMAP document we received from DEP, in which they state that they anticipate to update it based on new technologies. We should continue working relationships with state reviewers. As you can see, it plays a very important role in these permits that we issue and understanding the nutrient levels that we're looking for. And then we should also continue to maintain and verify compliance for permits through their life cycles in order to decrease the amount of excess untreated stormwater runoff into the lagoon from these projects as they are being constructed. So this is more so for the new commissioners to kind of give you a background information on what our idea was with the lagoon management plan and kind of how we're planning to tackle that. It is a 4-phased approach, and the first step was the outline phase. This was adopted by the board on July 16, 2019, and it provides a timeline and a framework for developing the plan, a list of different funding opportunities because these projects will be expensive, and then addresses various ongoing county projects that either are occurring, will occur, or could occur in the future to help with the lagoon. The second step is our research review phase, which is what we're in right now. That covers 17 different topics that are divided into 4 separate updates. So we had our first update was brought to the board on June 16, 2020. The second update you're receiving right now. The third update and the fourth update will be forthcoming. And the idea of this phase is to collaborate with various agencies and organizations to analyze data that's already been collected, identify knowledge that currently exists, and recognize areas that require more data collection. And with this information, we will disseminate it to the public, which we are doing now through this public presentation. And then once complete, we will bring all this research back to you as a whole to help determine what main topics we should focus on in the creation of the Indian River County specific lagoon management plan to see what is most impacting our region of the lagoon. Next will be the plan development phase. This is where we actually write the plan. So we incorporate research and knowledge gaps, create recommendations for innovative projects, and create multi-pronged projects and partnership projects with other agencies. Our goal will be to find the most cost-effective approaches to helping improve the Indian River Lagoon. And finally will be the implementation phase. So in this phase, it will focus on adaptive management and plan updates approximately every 3 to 5 years. We'll complete project recommendations, evaluate ongoing projects, and then address goals and reevaluate goals as deemed necessary. So I do not do this all by myself. I do have help. So 4 different departments throughout the county helped me in the creation of this management plan. And you can see the various names and departments listed on your screen. So as I mentioned, the research review phase covers 17 various topics. So the new commissioners were not here when the first update was brought to the board. And that update covered annual rainfall data, sea level rise, best management practices, biosolids, ecosystem functions and habitat use, and that kind of covered oysters, living shorelines, seagrasses, and fish. And then land use changes, which covered flux codes or Florida land use classification codes and how they've changed historically. The second update you just got to experience, so you know what topics were covered in that. And then the third update, which will come to you next, will cover hydrology and hydrodynamics, marinas and boat ramps, part 1, organic materials and sediments, sustainability and resiliency, part 1, and water quality. Our fourth update and final update will cover marinas and boat ramps, part 2, septic systems, stormwater, sustainability and resiliency, part 2, and water consumption. And any comments or questions on this presentation can be directed to coastal@ircgov.com. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you, Molly. Staff, please.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Molly, first, thank you for a very thorough and comprehensive presentation, and thank you to all the staff that have been involved in this excellent work. On the sea turtle strandings, do we get data whether those are juvenile or adults? So I think with the green turtles, it's usually juveniles that are found in the lagoon, right?
They measure the size of the turtle so they can estimate kind of if it's juvenile or if it's an adult. So we do have that in place that we can look at and kind of see if it's...
Might be interesting, and maybe this is for Quentin, if we can go back and look at our data and look at the nesting success rate, because the last 8-10 years, there's some fluctuation. It'd just be interesting to see if that ties in with nesting success, because there's more juveniles in the lagoon those years and other years. Just kind of do that. Coming up in update 3, marinas and boat ramps and stuff, and I brought this up at a meeting a couple of weeks ago, but I'm seeing more and more sailboats and other boats that are just moored in different parts of the lagoon and not within a defined marina. And I'd really like to know, legally, are they allowed to do that? And legally, what can we do to enforce some type of pump out requirement? Because I'm seeing this down at Fort Pierce Inlet, more and more sailboats just anchored up and mooring there. All throughout the Lost Tree Islands, those canals there, it's a couple dozen in there just hidden away. So if you could kind of look at that, and Dylan will help on the legal end of what we can and can't do. Because I think that's getting to be a bigger and bigger problem is what I'm seeing. So under the TN and TP, somewhere in there it said that for TN, since we haven't been given a definitive number yet from DEP, you all put down that we're going to shoot for 1.54 milligrams per liter as our maximum. And it looks like the sampling in the relief canals that you all are doing, we're at 0.85 to 0.99. So that's good, right? We're below where we want. And then St. John's, their central lagoon samples are 0.51 for TN. So it looks like, just from my limited knowledge on the TN side, we're probably doing pretty good. On the total phosphorus, our target is 0.12 milligrams, and our relief canal numbers are 0.11 to 0.17. So it looks like we're still having some phosphorus coming down from our relief canals. Is that how am I reading that correctly?
Yeah, so the North Relief Canal does have a 0.17 average reading for the years that I have in the table. But overall, I mean, our main relief canal and our South Relief Canal do fall within that 0.12 kind of standard.
Yeah. And then lastly, just you showed a schematic on the mangrove succession thing, and probably 80 years ago, that was really how it was. but beginning in the 50s when mosquito impoundments came in, and we have a lot of impoundments on both shorelines, what happened there was that upper and high marsh where the black mangroves were, and then the very high end white mangroves, that all got diked and flooded by mosquito control. And so now you have the red mangroves have kind of taken over a lot of that, what used to be black mangrove high marsh and your succulents and things like that. And what we're seeing up at Spoonbill is a migration of the white mangrove going from upland into the wet part of the marsh there, and really becoming, in my mind, what I would really consider an invasive species, because it's just wiping out everything else there and things like that. So just kind of bring that up as a point that traditional red, black, white isn't quite so prevalent, at least in our part of the lagoon right now. But again, awesome job. Please, you and the whole team, everybody, keep up the great work. A lot of data in there, a lot of information, but very, very good presentation. Thank you. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Molly, staff, you guys, good job on that. I've been trying to keep up with this even long before I got elected to this position. And this lagoon thing is very important to me, very important to me personally. Yeah, I grew up on the lagoon. I still use it quite often. And I also, like Commissioner Bryant, I have seen more boats moored out there than just kind of I've seen over the years. It's just kind of a different, kind of weird thing. I don't know if it's just due to times or what, but it's a good question to ask. And I definitely would back him up on looking into that. Education-wise, I think y'all are doing a great job. I think everybody, even all these conservation groups, the Audubon Society and other ones, are doing a great job of educating the public in regards to the lagoon, that it's in dire needs of some tender loving care, and it's something that we need to take seriously. My whole thing on this lagoon, and y'all can help me out, and maybe this is for a separate meeting with me when we can do that, and I do want to schedule one of those. Are we getting all the data that we need to make sure that Indian River County is part of the solution and not part of the problem? Are y'all comfortable with that? I mean,
We're definitely trying our best, and we're utilizing.
Yeah, I mean, I know you're trying your best, but are you getting, I just want to make sure you're getting the data that you need.
In my opinion, yes. Other agencies are very helpful. They want to help out. They want to share their data with us if you ask them for it. And so I haven't had issues kind of where I'm like, well, where's the data? I need that data, but they're not giving it to me, or I can't. If it's something that's not there and isn't there anyways, then obviously I can't find it. But I haven't had any issues thus far with kind of collaborating with others and finding the data that is out there and is available.
Because I know the general public kind of feels like I do sometimes that we're hearing a lot of good things, but do we really see it? It's like I think I told Vince when I first met him. He says, we're extracting so much phosphorus or nitrogen from the water. I'm kind of like, well, where's it at? Is it like in 50-pound bags stacked up behind a building somewhere? I mean, I just, I'm kind of being sarcastic a little bit, but it's kind of, we want to see a difference, and I don't know if we're seeing the difference in the lagoon. And I know it's got a lot of issues, and it's a very vast and expensive, but something we have to do subject. In regards to the anglers on Montefiore, I'm going to stand up for the anglers. Most anglers know. Most people that are serious about their fishing understand it. And Montefiore is not even used a whole lot as much as it was anymore. But I understand that the priorities of it is something we need to do. In regard to encouraging the designation of rookeries, can't we do that?
We can. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I think it'd be great to have if we know there's one on a certain spoil island that, down by Round Island, that we put a sign on it or something, or designate it or something, or put it in information or whatever we're handing out. I think y'all are doing an outstanding job on the sea turtles, and it looked like the strandings were down, which is good, stuff like that. And I must say that they've been getting some, over the last few years, on social media and stuff. The turtles are rock stars, man. Mm-hmm. Y'all are doing incredible things with that and getting the word out. And, I would recommend you should continue to update the potential algae blooms and stuff like that. I know with all this rain we've had, a record month of December, even prior to that, has just been incredible on the freshwater impact of the county. And I know that's something that's expensive and something that'll take a long time to do with stormwater retention and things like that. But those are those are my comments. And again, I would love to set up a meeting with you and the rest of the staff one day when we can, and talk about this a little more in depth and a little specific, and maybe get it right in my mind. But other than that, I've taken too much time, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield to the next one.
Take all the time you need, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. It's going to take a while for our lagoon.
Thank you. First, I'd like to say that I appreciate all the work you guys have done on this. I know initially there was a bit of a rocky start, but I feel like that we are definitely moving forward the way we should. And I know the research phase is very onerous and can be very in-depth, but I do think it's very vital to have that base to build our plan on. So thank you for the deep dive on the data. And thank you for breaking it into manageable pieces that we all can kind of process. The only comment I'll make is that as we move forward, I do want to make sure that we continue to look for ways to collaborate with our local water control districts and improvement districts so we can try to address the stormwater issues prior to them reaching the lagoon. I've talked to Rich in depth about thoughts on that subject, so I know you guys are aware. I just always like to continue to beat my drum in that regard. So other than that, I do agree. I think some of the things that you have pointed out will be easy things to do initially off the bat once we get that action plan, such as signage on some of our spoil islands, education aspects for boaters and those types of things. And there's probably very easily identifiable community partners that can help us move those along. And that will be, down the road when we get there. But looking forward to update number 3 and 4, but definitely feeling really good about where you guys are. And I know it's been a lot of work, and I really appreciate you guys doing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Moss.
Yes, thank you very much for this information. I think it was interesting, and it's also helpful to understand it, at this level. What is the timeline for implementation? And I'll ask you for copies of previous information, because I need to catch up on this. I understand that, but if you can just tell me what is the date or the forecast for implementation?
This is a guesstimate, so it could be quicker, it could be slower, just depending on how other things progress. But we ideally would like to get these next 2 updates out as quickly as we can, so maybe like 6-month period, maybe quicker or maybe slower. But definitely we're working as proactively as we can about this, and we'll try to get it out as quickly as we can while also providing you with that thorough research and education that this plan does require.
I noticed in the written report that was part of the backup that many of the suggestions involved education. So how do you see that happening? Are you talking about brochures, publicity, signs?
All of the above. We have infographics that we can mail out, just education in the sense of when we're out in the community, kind of educating people as if it's a quick fix, that's something that can be educated. Our fertilizer ordinance, I would like to think most people in this county are aware that we have a fertilizer ordinance and kind of what those protocols are, and that they follow that. But just as much education as we can, whether it's partnering with others to get our message out, using Facebook and social media to get our message out, just whatever we can use.
Would you see, beginning to share this now, or you want to wait until it's completely done and then just put everything out there at the same time? How do you envision it taking place? You want to start right now and get some of this out there?
So we start with the small stuff right now, definitely. Some of more of the collaborative efforts would kind of be an ongoing process. And then definitely once we're at the end of this, we can disseminate a lot of that information once we kind of more so fully understand what are the education priorities that we have in place based off what we found in our research.
Okay.
And-
Would there be any problem with sharing this with the municipalities? I think, they'd probably appreciate having the benefit of
No, we're happy to
of
share.
your many efforts.
Yep. Whoever
Okay.
wants it, we're happy to share.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yes, and we're happy to collaborate, and on the education side, it's not too soon to start, and we are doing these things. We've got Alexis, we've got a stormwater education coordinator that does a lot of the things, has gone to the, on the fertilizer ordinance, gone to the hardware stores and educated the retailers about those things, and also the people that are using the fertilizer, doing collaborative projects like the art projects on the storm drains, like the one that's just outside of here, just kind of things that get buzz and kind of get some public attention just to keep that. So it's kind of on all fronts. Even the signage about don't put anything down in the canals, only rain down the drains and all that kind of stuff. So continuing on with that, but as we gain more information, kind of fine tuning our education and communication with the public, and we're always looking to amp that up more as we go.
Yeah, good, that sounds great, thank you.
Thank you, Molly, for the presentation there. It's extremely thorough. Oftentimes with the research and development stages and identification, it is a lot of work, and there are a lot of people waiting for the results. A lot has to go in between that. So I appreciate, and I also appreciate the identification of the lineup. That is some lineup that we have working this, and the collaboration as well. So thank you. And when do you think we're going to see the next update?
Hopefully 3 to 4 months would be ideal. But like I said, if it kind of depends how things go, but hopefully sooner than
Thank you. A lot you put a lot of work into it. Everybody's put a lot of work into it. We appreciate it there. And just, it didn't take a week or two to get where we are with the lagoon, and it's not going to take a week or two to get it back. But we are going to get it back. And a lot of the programs, as Jason just stated, a lot of things are already happening with the reduction of nutrients, but a whole lot more has to be done. And we can't move without all of the research and development. So thank you.
Thank you.
I see that there's a few active individuals.
To the chair, just depending on when, I know there was a question at the last meeting and a question again today about vessel regulation. I'm happy to talk about Chapter 327 of Florida statutes when you feel it's the appropriate time.
Okay. We'll throw that in, Councilor. Thank you. Captain? Good morning. Just doing.
Good morning. Paul Fafeta, President of the Clean Water Coalition, longtime resident. Thank you, Molly. Thank you for what y'all have done. Susan, for you, there was 58 manatees seen this morning on the North Fork Sebastian River.
Wow.
I got a call while I was in here, so that's good news. The bad news is the seagrass is on a tremendous decline. We have responded, and I think you got a copy of a 2-page response to this report. And then we also copied you on the FDEP's BMAP program, which we've compiled it in 3 pages. It should be in a book form because we're not happy with their product at all. And, the continuing, well, we're studying this, we're doing this, where is it going to go? FDEP is studying, Orca is studying, Harbor Branch is studying, St. John River Management is studying the river. The information's going where? And who's doing what with it, because we've still got a tremendous nutrient overload. And it needs to be fixed. We with the Clean Water Coalition, because of our concerns, tried to figure out what we can do, and we have, since last January, been testing once a week for enteric bacteria in areas in the lagoon, in the city and county where the public comes in contact with the water more frequently. As a result of our
request to do this, the health department is also doing the Wabasso Causeway area. But if you go to our website and you look at the numbers, they're through the charts. If it was the beach, it would be closed down every day. When they report the beach is closed for bacteria, they leave it at that. They don't tell you it's enteric bacteria or what enteric bacteria is. So there's a tremendous concern with the old septic systems that are in place that are still leaching. I know the city is trying to do something. They're in the bottom of the ninth inning now, and people on the beach still aren't stepping up to the step plan as had been requested. The county's got issues too, because we got older communities with people that can't afford to change some of their programs out there, their septic systems, and we appreciate the grants that are being afforded through various programs throughout the state. But we need to move faster. I know in my lifetime the lagoon's not going to be what it was, 65 years ago when I first started fishing it. It ain't going to be anywhere close. But I would like to see it improve for my grandkids. And we've got to take it serious. It's been reported that it's the treasure. It's a one-of-a-kind estuary, 156 miles long. People are coming to Florida at the rate of 900 people a day. And 90% of those people are coming to the coast, coming to the water areas. And, we want that development. We want the folks that were here earlier today, that want to move to our area as long as they don't, build the high rises and stuff, that kind of stuff. That's expected. It's not going to stop. I told somebody earlier, I remember the Sebastian Inlet before there was a bridge. We rode our bike on a shell rock road from Wabasso to the Sebastian Inlets as kids. And those days are gone. But we've got to think smarter. But the studying is being done. Everybody is studying. Now it's time that we took an aggressive approach to fixing it. You guys are doing great. The county is doing some great things with moving forward with the half-cent sales tax, with the stormwater plans and stuff with the relief canals. But we've got a septic system issue that's a major, major problem. And we've still got agricultural runs, the biosystem, the stuff, the moratorium that's in place for that. You guys have gone, full gun on that. It's very, very appreciative. And a lot of us are extremely disappointed that the state isn't getting off their derriere. But we also realize politics. We realize you've got the ag people out there, you've got the developers out there, you've got other entities out there that don't think like we do here in Indian River County. That think that growth and all these people coming in and putting down pavement and asphalt and stuff is good. No, it's not. Right, Joe? So, but thank you for your time. Thank you for the efforts you're making. And we will continue to be in touch. And if I don't see you before, have a Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Doc.
Thank you. I'm Richard Baker. I'm president of the Pelican Island Audubon Society. Can you hear me all right? Yeah. Good. I appreciate the report. I thought it was very good. It was a lot of basic information, and it's good to get it out there for the public. And Peter O'Brien, you brought up some good issues there too that could be additional. One of the things I thought we might think about is getting the word out to the public. We used to have a lot of committees here at the county commission, and they were kind of cut back. We had a land acquisition committee, we had a lagoon committee, and if you want to get some of our people involved in these questions, I think it's good to get those committees going again. It's particularly, you don't have all of them that you had, but there are a few committees I think that you might think about. You still have the agriculture committee and a few others, but the land acquisition I think would be an important one. And it might be to include like the Clean Water Coalition that we just talked about. You might want to bring Audubon, you might want to bring Orca, you might want to bring in some of these other groups to have a discussion periodically about how we are going and try to push and educate the community. Like Audubon has how to take fish off a fishing line, or a bird off of a fishing line, and so we have a pamphlet for it, but we are not getting that out to the people. We need to get it out more than we are. I have just a few comments on, I don't think we're running out of time. I think Paul mentioned here, we don't have a lot of time for the lagoon. It's in real trouble. And out at the Spoil Islands is all that poop and stuff. I don't know, we got to do something about that. We sent you a little document, but we're monitoring one of the Spoil Islands. It's a conservation island out there with our kids are going out there during normal times, not during the COVID, and cleaning it up. But every time we go out there, it's just full of trash, and a lot of toilet paper and stuff around there. We got to think about how the national parks, the Everglades, you have to get a permit to go in on some of these places, and they have porta pots, or you take your own porta pot with you, and then you take out your stuff. We got to do more education on that, because some of these people, as you point out, there are a lot of sailing boats and a lot more boats out there, but there are a lot of places that are just going there and dumping this stuff, and some of it just gets trashed on, so it's a real problem. I indicated some different things that we could probably do out there. One of the things I thought was probably putting porta pots out in the most active ones. Maybe through the health department. They find people that have septic tank violations. Maybe we could use some of that money to support things. I think on the stormwater, Alexis Plurata, and having her do the education that she's doing for kids is really fantastic. You really have a very great staff person there that's going out, getting the kids educated at the schools and also the adults. So I think that's really great. I would like to see us on like this development's going in there. We could contain all the stormwater that's coming off of a development, put it into the ponds, get it recycled inside so it's not running to the lagoon. It would be really a wonderful way of doing it. The wastewater and treatment plants, there are new ways now to take that biosolids, human poop stuff, and then put it into energy, take the total, bring out the nitrogen and phosphorus so that you can market it. There's places in the world that would really like to buy some of this stuff. So we could move a little faster on that. I am also a birder, and so I'm concerned about the wastewater treatment facility out there. And it's really degraded, and there are a number of reasons for that degradation. But what I would like the county to maybe take a look at what's going at Wacotohachi, Green Cay, and the one up in Brevard County at Vieira. They're still able to manage these places, and it brings in a lot of tourists, and the birds really love them. So on the lawns, I think Audubon participated with getting a strong tree ordinance and a landscape ordinance for the county, but I think we can even upgrade it better now. I would like to cut the turf down to about 50%, and maybe down to 10% eventually. But that fertilizer and all the chemicals that are going in for our lawn are really need to be addressed. And then on the septic tanks, we need to try to get rid of them. They're just sort of glorified outhouses. I grew up with an outhouse when I started in my life. And, we had to move it every once in a while because we dug a hole and put it in here. But basically, a septic tank is just sort of collecting it, and you have somebody come and suck it out occasionally. Excuse me. But I think it should be done at least every 3 years. And if you could require somebody to do that, I think that would help our county quite a bit. And the seawalls and ponds, if we could reduce the turf around 10 feet around them, so that these ponds and things would be kept, the water would be very good. And the last thing I was just going to mention is that there's a movement to try to get the St. John's to increase the millage rate up to 0.1. And I think the county should really support that issue for the St. John's. And these funds should really only be used for for water quality use, and not just for new developments that are coming in. So I think we got a good start going. I'm very positive and thinking about how we can do it. But I think getting committees and getting the community involved in this is very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. Good afternoon.
Okay, Jean Catchpole from the Indian River Neighborhood Association, Water and Lagoon Committee. We're pleased that you have a county lagoon-wide plan, but impatient, I guess is the word. We would like to see some more positive results sooner rather than later. We all know that the major pollutants are excess nitrogen and phosphorus. We also know it's coming mostly from septic tanks and fertilizer runoff, stormwater runoff. So we really have to address those things. Unfortunately, those are expensive projects for a community to tackle. We have to find sources of funds in order to fund additional conversion of septic to sewer. The county has a plan, and I know it's rated for different areas that still have septics that need to be converted, but it's progressing very slowly. And I would like to see that tackled in a more ambitious way. Where the funding is going to come from, that is the big question. But I think the public is aware that it's going to take money to address these problems and to find the solutions that are necessary to clean up the lagoon. I'm sad too. In my lifetime, I will not see the lagoon cleaned up, and it's very distressing to me. But I'm hoping that we can make more progress sooner so that my children and grandchildren at least see some improvement in our lagoon, our quality, both the ocean and the lagoon, because, we're dumping stormwater out of those drainage pipes into the ocean, which also has its own problems. So think about where we're going to find money. That's what we need to do. We need to find money to address these problems that are facing us. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Well, thank you, and I appreciate the update and the citizen input as well. Do you have anything on this end? No. No. Wait a minute. Just a presentation.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. Thank you so much, and I appreciate everybody coming today.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, and the next item on the agenda is the current county attorney matters. We will have item 13A, which is approval of agreed order of take for the parcel of right-of-way located at 6600 65th Street, Vero Beach, Florida, 32967, owned by Harish and Deepti Sadhwani. Councilor Bill DeBrawl.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Bill DeBrawl on behalf of the County Attorney's Office. I'm joined by Zoom by our outside counsel, Bill Doney. Mr. Doney works for the law firm of Caldwell Passetti. He has been our outside counsel on eminent domain matters for quite a number of years now. He included a memorandum on this take in your agenda package. And I'd like to make a few opening comments, and then I'd like to give Mr. Doney an opportunity to make some comments as far as the proposed order of take agreement that we have before you today. The Sadhwanis own a 19.54 acre parcel of property on 66th Avenue at 65th Street. They bought the property back in 2004 for $760,000, right around $39,000 an acre. It's unimproved, zone agricultural, A1, up to 1 unit per 5 acres. The only improvement, I think there may be a well on the property, and there's 3-strand barbed wire. The county needs 2 parcels of right-of-way that are contiguous on this property. We need a 2.5 acre storm pond at the northern border of the property, the northern limit, and we need 5.2 acres of right-of-way that run parallel to 66th and also on 65th. You can see an aerial photo of the property there on the overhead. 66th in this picture runs at the top of the property, and 65th is on the right-hand side of it. If you take a look at the next one, if you just scroll down, please, there's the right-of-way. That's the right-of-way take. 65th Street is on your right, and then the large 156-foot swath of right-of-way that we need there is the right-of-way. That's the 5.2 acres. If you take a look at the next slide, you'll see the pond site. That's the 2.54 acre parcel that's necessary for the construction of the stormwater pond for this section of 66th Avenue. The take equates to be about 40% of the total property of the 19.54 acres. Back in July, the board made an unconditional offer to the Sedwanis and also backed that up with a resolution of necessity, giving us the authority to file suit and also making it a necessity that the take was needed for improvement to the road project. We went ahead and made that offer of $211,600. We followed that up by filing a lawsuit after waiting the necessary period for the Sedwanis to continue to consider the offer. We filed suit in October and had a hearing set on the order of take for November. We negotiated during that time with Mr. Holloway, the attorney for the Sedwanis, and we came to the following resolution of the order of take and an agreed order of take, where the county would receive the 7.86 acres necessary for the right-of-way in the storm pond for a cost of $314,264. Additionally, we agreed to go ahead and install a driveway on 65th Street at the western section of the Sedwani property. Cost of that is about $3,500. And also we agreed to put in a 12 to 15 inch pipe at the time of construction, of course, and same with the driveway. At the time of construction of the 66th Avenue project, we agreed to put in a pipe underneath 65th Street that would provide outflow from the Sedwani property to the Farms Canal that's on the south side of 65th Street at a cost of about $10,000, and there are two reasons for doing this. First of all, we didn't want the property to develop, have open cut to install this pipe right away at the new pavement that would be going in, because as Mr. Spirica can tell you, open cuts never work, no matter how carefully they're done, or they seldom work well. How about that? And secondly, more important, this will solve a drainage argument. If you recall the intersection of 45th Street and 66th Avenue, where we had complaints there from the Winkles and the Kerpels that after we came through with our project, that their drainage had changed so drastically, and all the different things that staff tried to do to remedy the problem, we're putting this in hopes of short-circuiting that problem. Yes, it is an expense, but we're hoping that it can save sanity and dollars at a later date. So that's my presentation today. Staff's recommendation is to go ahead and recommend the benefits and the payment to the Sedwanis, as I just outlined, and I cede the floor to Mr. Doney for any comments he may have concerning his memorandum. Thank you.
Counselor, thank you for being here today. Do we have counsel on the air?
Yeah, I hope you can hear me. Is that proceeding all right?
Doing very well, sir.
Okay. My name is Bill Doney, and as Mr. DeBro indicated, I have been retained by the county to represent the county in the 66th Avenue eminent domain proceedings, and in particular on this Sedwani parcel. Let me explain a little bit about the process first, just the eminent domain process, because it might be new to some of you and maybe not so. But as Bill indicated, the case was filed in the end of October, or I'm sorry, early October of this year, and it was filed as a quick take proceeding. And a quick take means this. The government files an eminent domain case. It schedules what we call an order of taking hearing, which is a hearing before the judge. At that hearing, the government has the duty and the obligation and the burden of proving necessity and public purpose, and that it has a good faith estimate of value of the property. In other words, a good appraisal. That was done in this case, and what happens if an order of taking is granted, the property owner then deposits the amount of money that it says the property's worth, and the property owner can withdraw that money from the court registry and do as they wish with it. But in the meantime, the title to the property in question vests in the government, and the county in this case can go ahead with this project and know that it has fee title to the roadway property or acquisition as well as the pond site. Ultimately, the order of taking does not establish compensation or full compensation. All it does is set the amount to initially be deposited and allow the government to proceed with this project. If the matter is not ultimately settled, there is a jury trial, 12-person jury trial, that is scheduled, would be sometime in the future. And then it's a full-blown jury trial to determine compensation to the property owner. So right now, we, as the county, are at the point of attempting to get the order of taking entered. The property owner, through their attorney, has indicated they're contesting the order of taking. They have raised quite a number of defenses, some of which, may or may not have merit, but there's certainly risk to proceeding with the order of taking in this instance, primarily for the reason, and not only for the reason, is that if the order of taking is denied, the county then would be required to either revise its plans or go back and refile or amend its complaint or refile the lawsuit in its entirety, which would be a substantial delay and substantial expense to the county as far as any of those things happening. So without going into all of the defenses that have been raised, we think there is enough merit there that there's a risk to the order taking perhaps not getting granted. And for that reason, and given the purchase price paid by the Sidwanis nearly 16 years ago, that I would recommend, and I think the county attorney staff recommends, that you approve the agreed order of taking. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any, or clarify anything that maybe you didn't understand.
Thank you, Counsel. Commissioners. I have nothing.
Waiting for Commissioner O'Brien.
Right. So one question, Bill. Is there any Murphy deeds on this parcel?
There is Murphy, yes.
How much of the acreage does a Murphy deed include?
I believe the Murphy makes up about an acre of property that runs parallel to 66. There is not Murphy on 65th.
Okay. And did we bring this up during the mediation with them?
We have not had a mediation with them. We were just discussing and negotiating.
Okay, so did it come up in the negotiation with them?
I believe it was mentioned, yes.
Okay. Mr. Doney said that in his backup that he didn't think a jury would award less than what they paid for it. However, when they purchased this was in 2004, the peak of the residential boom, and I'm sure there's a lot of people out there holding property that's less now than it was back then because they overpaid. Somebody bought a tech stock 2004 and it tanked. I don't think it's our responsibility to make them whole. I think people, when they make an investment like this, they take a risk and prices can go up and prices can go down. We offered them the price per acre 15% above the appraised value, and now the negotiated price is another 50% above that. And part of the rationale is, well, this is the last piece, so let's just go ahead and do it. And it's been this, creep ever since we started this a couple of years ago. Each time we vote to acquire a parcel at an inflated price, it brings us one step closer. So, okay, well, now we only need 3, now we only need 2, now we only need 1, and we've overpaid for everything in the world on this thing. So, I'm still opposed to it, and I'm going to vote no, but I think I'll be the only one sitting on that side of the fence. But going forward, we've got to do a better job. If we ever go to try to do another, I shudder to think if we ever get around to doing 43rd Avenue, what we're going to be paying for that. If we keep going down this path where we just roll over and are afraid to take any kind of stand. And the only last thing I have, Bill, and maybe you remember because I forget, but I know back 8-10 years ago when the Sodwanis wanted to build their new office therapy center there on US 1 and Old Dixie and 510, didn't the county waive an ordinance or setbacks or something so they could squeeze that property on there?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I didn't take any part in that.
Commissioner Fletcher, you would have been here when that happened, but I can't remember exactly what it was we did. But I know Commissioner Davis was really leading the charge to make an accommodation so because it's a really weird shaped parcel of land there. And can you recall it? Because I think it was some setbacks or something that we waived so they could fit it on there, but I guess no good deed goes unpunished. So anyway, that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Well, Vice Chairman, I appreciate you bringing that up, but an accommodation was made to fit the location and the parking spots. It's not the best case scenario, but that is done historically in so many other projects. I don't know if that has anything to do with the.
I don't think we've done anything like that for any other project except for that one.
I think we have, but I do recall that there was a resizing and setback to get it in on US 1, but, okay.
I don't have any comments, but I'd be happy to move staff's recommendation.
There's a motion by Commissioner Adams, seconded by myself.
I do have a question, Mr. Chairman. Bill, if we don't do the order of take, it goes to trial, goes to eminent domain thing, or where does it go if we say no to what, I assume that you and the counselor on their behalf are wanting the same thing, recommending the same thing, correct?
That's correct.
What's next if we say no?
If you would say no, we would have to either refile our motion for the order of take and get a new court date, or in order to try and solve some of the objections that the other side raised, we would have to either, like they said, revise plans, get a new appraisal, and just kind of delay the process there. There's an issue here as far as severance damages because the take is fairly significant at 40%. They're arguing that the appraised value should consider some severance damages to the remainder of the property that's left after the take. We are very mindful also that we are toward the top end here of price per acre that we have paid for similar parcels. And so that's why we're recommending settlement there. The other thing is time. I mean, if
Mr. Spirica would like to address, we're shovel-ready if this purchase goes through, and you'll start to see the dirt fly in spring.
And by accepting this, this doesn't hold up the project?
No, sir.
Project can move forward? I mean, I got to kind of, how long has this been processed, how long has this negotiations been going on? On this particular piece of, on this particular parcel?
Since June, July.
Of this year?
In earnest, yes.
Oh, okay, I thought it'd been longer than that. Yeah, I gotta say, I'm for it from the fact, I think of what Commissioner O'Brien said, is that, you know, we need to move on with the project, but boy, I hate being held hostage, you know, with it.
So Commissioner Ehrman, my recommendation to you would be to go ahead and vote for the motion, because it is at the very end of this particular project, and I've been voting against these for the last year and a half now. And I just hope that going forward, the next time we have a big road project coming up and we're starting, that we keep in mind the lessons from here and be stricter on it going forward. But my recommendation to you would be go ahead and vote for the motion.
Right, no, I understand.
And Vice Chairman, I agree with you wholeheartedly. We have.
I'm good with the 401. I'm okay. I just want to get it out there that.
Oh, no, it's not
I've been,
passion yet.
I mean, that's why Commissioner Adams looked at me, waiting for me to do my diatribe. So I'm good with the 401, so we can move on. I mean,
We have gone through this for many years.
No, that's why
This has basically
I'm
been
leaning to you guys.
during Commissioner O'Brien and I's career, this 66th Avenue, and each one has been painful, it's been costly, but again, if it goes the other direction, we have a lot of other costs involved. We don't have an abundant, willing seller of property here, and I give you the argument, when you're selling your house, you want to sell your house, and somebody else wants to buy it. You ever hear when somebody says, wow, I got more than I asked for it? No, but they get asking price. In today's market, that's what's happening. It's unfortunate, but I think we have to go forward and get this project going as quickly as possible. Otherwise, we will have the same thing that happened in Phase 1, where we had nearly a year's delay just because of the last two parcels.
And Mr. Chair.
The fact that the two lawyers agree on it is huge.
Well, yeah, there's four attorneys involved with this.
Right, exactly.
So, is there any further discussion?
I was just going to add for the record, staff is supportive of, county staff is supportive of this, and to kind of also add on to the answer to Commissioner Ehrman's question is that what this does is this agrees to the take, so we will own the property, whereas if we don't, we'll have to go battle it out and see if we get the property. That enables us to move forward with 66th Avenue bidding, which we are ready to proceed on that. We're shovel-ready, as stated, and we have a very large state grant that commits us to awarding construction soon over the next few months. We could do it without this piece of property. I'll be clear that it's not impossible to do it without it, but it would take some maneuvering and, you know, pushing back the construction of that portion, and it could potentially not work out, you know, as smoothly for us. So this is helpful to kind of get that last piece of property. We can get and more importantly, we can get the project started, and the sooner we can get it started, the sooner we can get it finished and get that section of 66th Avenue widened as we continue our way on up to eventually County Road 510. And I think that's a very big thing at some is when we get there to have 66th Avenue all the way from State Road 60 to County Road 510. Widen as a 4-lane improved highway, be safer, be able to carry more traffic, and this gets us to the next phase to get that under construction and underway. So that's all. Thank you.
The only thing I want to say is aye.
Okay. Well, upon motion and second, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1 with Vice Chairman O'Brien dissenting.
Thank you,
as
Commissioners.
predicted.
Thank you, Mr. Doney.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further business, this meeting's adjourned.